lots of other priorities. But as the administrator over employees who are in a building that is having some environmental issues, I do feel it's my responsibility to make sure we're aware of it.
Sorry, we're good.
So, I am going to turn this over. We have, Kelly Schugert, and Kelly is the person who did the actual environmental testing. Dave Laney, hope you're feeling better, Dave. Dave is with Stantec and is the lead on this project. And then Rhonda Bell did the area-wide plan and is a planner.
And Kathleen Knox.
And Kathleen Knox.
With CDPHE.
Yeah, with CDPHE, who's been, Stantec and the state have been reviewing this hand in hand with us throughout the last couple of years. So thank you all for being here tonight. We appreciate it. I know we've been trying to get this in front of the board and we debated, should we just wait for the next one? But because you have some knowledge, they still wanted to go ahead. If we need to represent to a new board, we can certainly do. So Lisa, do you have more to add before?
No, I guess just in terms of the order tonight, first, the first presentation will cover the environmental contamination here at Town Hall, along with some recommendations for remediation. And then we're going to flip to a different presentation, which covers the concept plans for changes that could happen to the Town Hall site. So Dave and Kelly, do you want me to share my screen, or would you like to share your screen for the first presentation?
Whatever is easier for you.
All right, I will go ahead and share, and then you can just go ahead and let me know.
We'll share part, Kelly, and you can walk us through.
Okay.
All right.
And this was included in the workshop packet. If you want to follow along.
All right, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Yeah, just tonight, Dave and I are gonna go through what we discovered during the environmental site assessments and just some basic cleanup recommendations and ideas, and then Kathleen will follow up with some funding options for these recommendations. Great. You can go to the next one. Yeah, so we were informed that members of the town hall were noticing some diesel odors inside the town hall building, specifically in the town manager's office, Victoria's office. So we came in and we started off with a phase 1 environmental site assessment. And this involves gathering publicly available historical environmental documents, interviews with Victoria and others familiar with the property, a site visit. And we're just looking for any potential environmental concerns, if there were any releases in the past, anything like that. So according to the documents, the historical operations of the town hall building were as a diesel-fueled power plant. This was beginning in about 1936. And it's not very clear in the records when it switched over operations to the town hall. We're thinking about the 60s. But from the phase 1, we concluded that there was potential for an undocumented release of diesel and or lubricant oil at the town hall. Some of the photos showed where the diesel power generators used to be, and those just happened to be about right where Victoria's office was. So that combined with the observations of the diesel odors led us to the conclusion that there could have been a release. And so conclusions from that phase 1 leads us to where and how we want to sample during the phase 2. And from that, we decided to focus on soil vapor, and indoor air. But something we like to look at when there is a potential release near or underneath the building of petroleum products is vapor intrusion. And this can happen when the volatile chemicals of the compound that is released, like diesel or oil, kind of migrate through the soil and the subsurface and concentrate beneath the concrete slab of a building, and then make their way through cracks, holes in the concrete into the indoor air that you breathe inside the building. So to sample for this, we drill a small hole all the way through the concrete, and we install something called a vapor pin. You see that at the top there with the orange glove. And we collect the soil vapor from directly beneath the slab. And this is called a subslab sample. Okay, you can go to the next one. So we did 2 rounds of sampling at the town hall. One was in the winter during colder weather, and one was during warmer weather, which I'll go into a little bit later. But we collected several different types of samples. We collected some subslab vapor samples from directly beneath the slab in the town manager's office. You can see that in the bottom right there. We also collected indoor air samples from that same office to kind of compare if we see the same types of chemicals that we're collecting from the subslab and in the indoor air. We also collected a couple outdoor samples for additional comparison for what we were seeing in the indoor air inside the building. And we also collected a sample of the concrete itself, because sometimes you can spill diesel or something and it'll get absorbed into the concrete. And then it's just a continuous source of odors into the indoor air. Okay, we can go to the next one. And outside the building, we collected soil to 5 feet below the ground surface. And we also collected soil vapor samples, which are slightly different from the subslab vapor samples, which are collected from directly beneath the slab. The soil vapor samples were collected from 5 feet below the surface. And this just kind of pulls in vapors that are trapped inside the soil to see if there's any potential concerns there. And this is just a map of where we collected all our samples. It's a little hard to see with the tree in this aerial, but this is the town hall building. You enter from the south in the bottom there. And then just very generally, that green box at the bottom is the kitchen. The pink one in the middle is the restroom. And then the blue one at the top is the town manager's office. So we collected our soil and soil vapor outside the building along the eastern side there. And then inside, we collected subslab vapor samples inside the town manager's office, along with indoor air, and then an indoor air across the hall in a different office. And then we planned on sampling the subslab in the restroom and the kitchen, but discovered that there is no slab there. There's about 1.5 feet of crawl space. So we had to get a little creative, and we still sampled with the vapor pen, but it was sampling the crawl space air and not strictly the subslab.
Kelly, I just want to add a quick clarifier at this point. So there's a lot of referencing town manager's office, and I just want to be clear that this is the town manager's former office. So for those of you that know what she's off to today, this office is across the hall. So in case, just to clarify I was initially confused on that, so.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So the results from our first round of sampling, we took the concentrations of all of our samples, we compared them with applicable EPA screening levels, and they did show that there were elevated concentrations of petroleum and petroleum-related products in the subslab, soil vapor, and soil. So we recommended another round of sampling, this time during warmer weather, because it was also noted from the town hall staff that they noticed the diesel odors a lot more during warmer weather. And I was there both times, and I can confirm this is definitely true. They were much more noticeable during warmer weather. We can go to the next one. And these are the results of our second round of sampling. These also showed that there were elevated concentrations of petroleum products in the concrete, in the subslab vapor, and in the indoor air. They were mostly naphthalene products, which have a very low odor threshold. So it's something that people can smell even at low concentrations. And so our conclusions from our 2 rounds of sampling were that we confirmed that there was a release of diesel in the former town manager's office. This was confirmed by the analytical results that identified petroleum products in the soil vapor, and in the concrete. Also matched up with the experiences of the town hall staff and the odors that they were observing. So the impacts from this diesel release also made it to the indoor air, we think. Also confirmed that the concentrations of petroleum products were more pronounced during the warm weather as opposed to the winter. We found that the diesel concentrations detected in the subslab vapor in the summer were 6 times greater than during the winter. And diesel concentrations detected in indoor air in the town manager's office were about 2.5 times greater.
So Kelly, thank you so much. Can we pause here for a second? I want to see if the board has any questions for Kelly about the testing process before we move into the recommendations.
A couple.
Yeah.
On the first test that you did that was done back in January, you compared the results to OSHA performance, permitted exposure levels. And for example, naphthalene, which is something you mentioned a minute ago, was well below those. Then when you did the second testing, you instead used industrial screening levels instead of OSHA permitted exposure levels. And from some looking I did, industrial screening levels are several orders of magnitude less than OSHA permitted exposure levels. So why did you switch measurement standards?
Well, we use the OSHA standards based on recommendations from our soil vapor expert, but apparently there's more involved using OSHA screening levels. There has to be a worker program set up, and typically we use the EPA industrial screening levels, which is what we did the second time.
For example, for naphthalene, how would those compare? With the levels you detected the second time, which were elevated levels, would they be in would they exceed OSHA permitted levels?
That's something we would have to do probably a more in-depth study on.
Okay.
Yeah, more variables involved
Okay,
with
thanks.
the indoor air.
Anyone else have any questions about the testing itself? Okay, Kelly, go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to talk now about our cleanup recommendations. There's essentially 2 ways to address the contamination that is present in the town hall. First consists of mitigation that's applied inside the building to address the situation and to mitigate indoor air impacts from the contamination. The first part of this involves treating the top of the slab with a vapor retardant, which is a liquid, comes in cans, just like paint, and you can apply it with a roller. You have to remove the carpeting, you have to remove the furniture, and the personnel that are in the building in the area where the vapor retardant is being applied, the epoxy coating, also need to exit the area while it's being applied. It takes about 2 days to for this material to cure, and what it does is it will fill the cracks and prevent the vapor and moisture and contamination from infiltrating the building through the cracks. The second part of this mitigation strategy involves installing air purifying units, which, if you can go to the next slide, they look like this. The one that we use a lot is the one on the bottom. So it's basically a trash can, like trash can looking container on wheels with a lid, and these are set up in the building. They withdraw air, and they have a carbon filter so that the contaminants are captured as the air comes into the air purifying unit. And they also have a HEPA filter, which keeps the contaminants from exiting the unit. And then periodically you change these out. You want to go to the next slide? Slab treatment is, the typical cost is $15 to $20 per square foot. You do have to use a certified applicator. There's some tricks to applying this correctly. This says it takes 28 days to cure. That is not correct. It takes 48 hours to cure. And then you need to have the slab inspected by a third party to make sure that everything's been distributed and rolled on correctly, and all the cracks have been covered, and that the epoxy has been cured entirely. So that's the slab treatment. The air purifying units, these can actually each one of them can treat up to a 2,000 square foot building. So you probably need 2 or 3 for the Lions Town Hall, since I think the square footage is about 3,000 square feet. And the cost for each one of those units runs about $1,100. So if you were to have to treat the entire building, your cost would be somewhere between $48,000 and $63,000 plus consulting. However, we would look at this very carefully and see if you really needed to treat the whole building, or if you could treat part of the building, maybe just the office that Victoria used to occupy, which is where we think the main problem is. That's, I don't know, 200 to 400 square feet. So your cost would be more like $11,300 plus a little bit for consulting fees. If you could just treat one room, the thing you want to make sure that you do is not to treat one room and then the vapor there's not a pathway for the vapor to get into the building, and so it travels along the bottom of the slab and enters the slab in another place. So we want to make sure that we have a really good handle on what the lateral extent is of the contamination. We know that in in a couple of directions. I think we've collected enough samples so that we know, for example, maybe to the east and the south, how far the contamination goes into the building, but we might need a few more subslab samples to the north and the west to confirm the extent in that direction. Next slide. A more permanent long-term solution is a subslab, what we call a subslab depressurization system. This applies a vacuum underneath the building, in the soil underneath the building, to remove contaminants. And sometimes you can do that by using an existing crawl space. Sometimes you install piping underneath the building horizontally. But when you put a vacuum on that, it removes vapor phase contaminants in that area and keeps them from entering the building through the slab. Well, there might be a need for, or there is a need for a little bit of additional information for us to give you a really good cost estimate on what a subslab depressurization system would cost for the town hall building. We have installed several of these systems, including one for a 6,000 square foot building, which of course is 2 times the size of Lions Town Hall, and that costs $350,000. But we have good experience installing these in several different kinds of buildings, under several different kinds of buildings, including buildings that are in place, like the Lions Town Hall. In fact, we installed one in the Johnson Town Hall in Indiana, which was an existing building, and that was installed and has been operating successfully since we put it in. Next slide.
Can we pause here for a second? I'm keeping an eye on the time, Dave, and we only have until 6:15 for this. So if it's okay with everybody, I would really like to move on to the last slide in this deck about the CDPHE cleanup funding, and then leave time for board questions if that's acceptable to the board. Yep, great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Hi all. So I can go over some of the funding options that are available. I will say there's quite a bit of work that goes into getting state funding, and so generally this would be funding you would pursue for a bigger cleanup cost. So like the long-term mitigation, likely not for the short-term, any short-term measures taken. But we have 2 main funding options that would be available for this project for the town. So we have CDPHE has the Colorado Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund. And so our revolving loan fund for brownfield sites offers sub-market interest rate and flexible loans for cleanup projects. So it would specifically be for the cleanup work. And right now we have about $1 million in loan funding. We've been operating the loan fund for about 25 years now. So we expect we will generally have funding available if the town is interested in pursuing that. In order to join that program, the site has to enroll in our voluntary cleanup program, which I'll touch on in a second. We also have Colorado Brownfields tax credits. And so they're credits on 40% of the cleanup work. So in this case, it would be under that $7,500,000 for the first. There can be a maximum credit of $525,000. So that's if you spent $750,000 on cleanup. That's not what we're expecting. Right now, we're expecting our credits to be available through 2029. They're on a first come, first served basis, going through the voluntary cleanup program. They might also be extended, but we're not sure how that's going to go yet. And then touching on the voluntary cleanup program. So this is required for both funding sources. And like I said, it's voluntary, but you would have an environmental consultant put together an application, which is pretty much just pulling together all the assessment work that's been done on the site so far, as well as putting together a cleanup plan and proposing that to the state. The state reviews and approves it. And then after the cleanup work is done and the environmental consultant confirms you did everything according to your cleanup work plan, the site receives a no action determination, which is essentially like a no further action regulatory sign off on the site. And if like as you're putting together your application for the site, that's when you would discuss with our VCUP coordinator, Fonda. He's currently is Fonda Pasatopoulos. We might have a different coordinator in the future. He's retiring next year. But that's when we'd be able to see our credits available for the year you plan to do the cleanup work and where we're at with the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund.
Thank you. And I see Attorney Dittman has his hand raised. Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, I had a question on the both the loan program and the credit program, if no one else has any questions on those.
Anyone else have questions on the loan and credit programs?
So do the tax credits apply to municipal? Or are they just for commercial?
Yes, so you would be able to receive the tax credits, and then through our partners, you could sell the tax credits. And people are getting pretty good rates on those. I think it's up to 90% on, or 90 cents on the dollar.
Mark, did you have a question?
Go ahead with Brandon's first.
Okay, go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, so that was my first question about the transferability of the credits. So you answered that one. On the loan program, I mean, what have you done with local governments with that as well? Because, you know, any sort of multi-year fiscal obligation is a Tabor issue for us. And so typically we'd have to do a lease financing or issue a bond or something of that nature, rather than just a straight up loan unless we went to a vote on that.
I could get more information from our CHAFA folks. One thing I wanted to point out is we could get pretty creative with like how the loan looks, but it wouldn't be able to be a straight grant. So it would have to have some kind of loan component. But like I said, there's usually pretty flexible terms, collateral, et cetera. And so I'm sure that's something we could discuss with CHAFA operates our revolving loan fund and chat with them about options.
Does anybody have any questions about the cleanup recommendations themselves?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, why don't you go first?
Okay, the 3,000 square foot, that's all of town hall, including the newer area that we're in now, is that right?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay. Has there been any even indoor air testing in the newer part of town hall?
Kelly, you tested in the hallway outside of the office, but you didn't go into like the council chamber where this meeting's occurring, or in the other part of the addition. Is that correct?
We did not. That's correct. Yeah, we determined there might be some elements in there that would interfere with our sample. Things like the large copiers, art on the wall with epoxy, those can affect the samples. So we decided to just sample the former town manager office and the office across the hall.
Okay. Yeah, I recognize that problems have been detected there, but I guess where I was headed with my questions is, why would we do a 3,000 square foot whole building cleanup if we haven't even done a sample test in the newer part of town hall? We don't even know if there's a problem in that area. So why would you clean up the whole?
Yeah, was
whole building?
was your earlier question whether the 3,000 square feet included the new addition?
Yes.
I understood. I think we would just be looking at doing a cleanup on the old town hall and not include new town hall, not include the addition.
And then would we have an option of doing, starting from the simplest and least expensive thing, which is what you would do normally, wherever
Yeah.
for like a radon cleanup of doing the ceiling, caulking, air purifiers, and see if that fixes the problem before we launch into
Absolutely,
expensive.
yeah, I would not recommend, trying to do the whole thing. Right off the bat, I would just work on that one office and see if that takes care of the problem. There's no need to, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's no need to do more than you need to do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That was my question exactly. So the floor sealing and the air purifying, those are the short term and they go in concert, you do both of them. And then you would see following that, if there are any further intrusion of vapors, which would then lead you to the second more expensive option, the long term. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
Other questions? No?
And is there any money left in the existing brownfields grant that could go to that? Or if we do the short term thing, I think I heard like $11,000. Is there any grant money from the existing grant left for that, or that's something we'd have to fund ourselves?
Unfortunately, the existing grant is for assessment only. So,
Okay.
yeah. But that's a good question. Sure.
Are there any great state grants potentially available with a local match for small scale cleanup like that?
Unfortunately, they wouldn't be available for this project. Well, for a couple of reasons. One, it would probably be pretty onerous, quite a bit of work for that amount of money. But two, since it was the town power plant, it wouldn't be available for the cleanup related to it, wouldn't be available for grant funding.
So it's kind of like we caused the problem, so we have to pay to fix it, even though it was.
I remember asking this question, something about at the time they decommissioned the diesel plant and made it town hall is when they should have known. Dave, I remember talking to you about this and it disqualified later years from it. Because it's always been, it was an enterprise fund and it was sold to the municipality and we didn't make them clean it.
Well, I think we could find $11,000 somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we're talking a lot more than $11,000 because you're literally tearing everything apart in this part of the building here.
Well,
Carpeting, counters, everything.
Well, only if we only start in that one office. Kelly, do you recall, because we don't know how to interpret your numbers on that one slide? Were the levels in the bathroom and the kitchen okay?
Those
I
are-
don't know what the one MN means. Or
That's just the chemical. And those are just screening levels. They're not cleanup levels. So it's something that we would look at to see if there needed to be cleanup or more investigation. Also, it's kind of a different scenario in the kitchen and the bathroom because it's a crawl space and not a sub slab.
is there
So-
anything fun in the crawl space?
it was only about this big. It was like enough for the floodwaters to go through it.
Oh, goodness.
No, seriously, when we talked about it,
All the way
took all the way with it, yeah.
no.
And outdoors, is there any remediation needed or not?
Outdoors, should be okay.
Okay,
It's indoors that we're concerned.
I have one more question others may not be comfortable asking. Is there an option to do nothing? And just do what we've been doing for the last, how many years? 60. Open, not having anyone occupy the space now that we know it. And if someone is in the room, to have ventilation and the windows open. Is that sufficient, or now that we know this, are we required to do something?
I wouldn't recommend that you do nothing because I think the concentration is high enough that you'll you'll continue to get significant odor. And we did look at risk, and there is some risk associated with these contaminants as well. And yeah, closing up the office and discontinue use of the office is something that, I told you at the beginning you should do right away, and you did. And that's a great first step, but I really think you need to do more than that, because I think it will over time start to affect other areas in the building. I know it's been there for a while, but I think it's going to be an issue that you're going to want to address sooner rather than later. And no action probably is not going to keep your workers safe. Even if you keep the door closed, because you've got ventilation systems that circulate air throughout the building.
As a stopgap and for protection of the employees, what about just the APUs themselves? Why couldn't we just install one of those?
You could try that. Our vapor expert generally does not use those by themselves without some sealant on a slab if it looks like the slab potentially has contaminants in it that could off gas.
If we do decide to do a sealant, is there a time of year that's better to do it?
I was just talking to our vapor expert just before this call, and ask him, in terms of cure time, what influences that, and relative humidity and temperature do have an effect on that. So if you're wanting to apply that epoxy and have it cure the fastest, you do it when you've got the lowest relative humidity and the highest temperature. So that'd be in the summer.
From your experience, what percentage of the time does the first fix not work and you have to go to the second in other properties you've dealt with?
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that question, but we could certainly I could ask the folks that have applied these systems, have installed these systems in numerous buildings, and let you know.
That would be helpful.
I got a question to town staff. How do we stand on office space for both town hall and the public works building? Right after the flood, we were scrambling for a while to find places to put everybody, but
We're good. We haven't been using that office. Cassie likes to use it when she's in town. And anyone who's in there for any time, they all know the window has to be open, the small air purifier has to be on, the door has to be open. My understanding is, short-term effects are much different than long-term effects of this. And so, we would be okay. We have a couple, this whole area is pretty empty right now. Lisa just lost a person in her office, so we'd be okay for a while. Especially if it's just a matter of, a week or two.
And so I don't think we're gonna have time to go through the area plan, which is fine, because we have it, and so it can be done at a future date. But I do just want to make a couple of notes. The first is that this dais and this building are not ADA compliant. There is no way for somebody, for example, in a wheelchair to get up behind the dais. And I think that we or a future board should take a look at making the building ADA compliant. The other thing that I've been talking about for years now is security in this building. There's no real security in this building at all. And we looked for a while at getting bulletproof glass. I remember for that window, it was cost prohibitive. It's extremely expensive. So it's extremely expensive to retrofit for security. And I just want folks to keep that in mind. Do you want to add anything about the current building?
About the current building?
Yeah.
I think everybody in this room has been in here enough to know it's pretty inadequate for a public facility, you know, in today's standards in regard to ADA security, public restrooms, you know, it's all pretty kind of sketchy. We don't even have HVAC, you know, to move air around most of the buildings. So it is, I think you also all know that I understand there are much higher priorities than a new town hall. I think what was done with the area-wide plan was, because no one else was gonna use that funding. And one of the options of this, when they, instead of remediating it, if it was going to be the expensive option, was you could pick up the historic building and move it. And if that happened, that's why they were looking at where would we put it? What would we do with town hall? That it just kind of led to that conversation. Not anything that we plan to implement anytime soon, more of that dream list. While we had experts on staff to think about it. And I don't know, anything else about the building? You can.
No, but I think, you know, and just from Mayor Rogan's comment, when we were having the IGA meetings, Sunny could not even open that door because that door weighs a ton. Couldn't get to a bathroom. I mean, there, yeah, I guess until, you know, we're really in the thick of it, then, or we get sued. Because that always comes up on our CIRSA audit as well, that we are not ADA compliant. And I've seen it because he couldn't even open that door. It weighs a ton, you know, and
Could be like,
yeah.
okay.
And so it is just some, I think the new board, especially, I mean, every board, it seems to come up by someone. You know, we love our little building. I love its history. I love the story behind it. But at some point, yes, when someone decides to push that point, we will have to. And so it's just, it's good to have some of this just discussed and talked about, to know what's out there for options. Especially knowing that the Brown building next door as well is on its last leg. We are gonna have to look at some options, and there are grants for those sorts of things. I did see when I was working on that CDS application that they do fund, you know, fire buildings and town halls, and so doesn't the energy minimum, they also will help with that. So
We can talk about that.
yeah,
during the
so
discussion.
all it was that this was gonna be an extremely costly endeavor. Wanted to just know what kind of some options were.
Well, team, thank you so much for the presentation and for your work on this. We really appreciate it. We'll be discussing it later in the meeting, and yeah, we appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to something we've all been waiting for a very long time. I'm thinking 7 years for me. The 30% design of the wastewater treatment plant update.
Hello, trustees. Is there a link to share
You're in,
on
you're
the
in.
workshop?
Yeah.
I just want, this confuses me. When you say 30%, does that mean we have to go to 60 and 90 before we do this?
Oh, yeah, 100.
Yeah, right.
But I'm looking at the 30% here, it seems pretty complete to me. What would the next stages encompass?
But I was hoping you would notice that in the 30%, there's a lot of selections to make.
Yeah. Okay.
And a lot of it is choosing which options we want and then moving forward. So yeah, by 60%, you would hope to be pretty well in, and 90% is getting into details. And most people consider 90% pretty much complete, but if there's a few concerns, or if the person or entity working on the project has considerations that weren't looked at, they want to be able to do that before the final.
So it's not that there's 70% more items
No,
to
I
add to this.
just one of them.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And as we start, so again, I tried to put in there, sorry, I just got this Thursday morning. Thursday was the big, of course, wind events going on, and while there wasn't too much, the wastewater treatment plant had a fourth location with power supplies that I didn't realize existed. And so when we couldn't get the wastewater plant SCADA to work, I spent a couple hours trying to find something that was just buried in a cabinet. It was just UPS. The UPS got shot instead of the whole panel. But I didn't know it even existed at the time. It's in a locked cabinet that was there. So then Friday came along and put this in perspective for where it's at. Like I tried to mention, I did get it just Thursday morning. Wanted to put together more of a presentation compared to just giving you the specs and the cost. So that's why I tried to break it out and put it in the presentation. And then you all saw the PDF of that. Is there a link? Is there an online link that I could share mine, or I emailed you the presentation? If
She can't even.
Um,
They can.
oh yeah, I emailed Dolores. And again, it's in the PDF.
Erin, you should have a,
Yeah, we have copies of it.
I just sent you the link again.
Because if we wanted to go through it as a presentation, if you wanted to do right, just look through it as we go. This was mostly just to give all of you who've been involved with this for the last couple of years, you know, at least a progress report where we're at. And not asking for any specific decisions or follow-up to be made on this. So you had in front of you the first page of that presentation. I just added some notes to make sure everyone was aware. This is really just material and construction costs. So we do want to find out the entire life cycle costs, in particular for some of the items like the dewatering, where we are really making large selections for how we move forward. It's not just the upfront costs, but the overall costs that they still have to put together for us. Then because odor control was a concerning item for the community at large, I wanted to point out that that's not in here because it's really dependent on what we do for the dewatering. They're in the same room. And so they didn't want to try to spend time and money trying to figure out odor control before we really determined how we move forward with dewatering.
So can I, quick question? Are there dewatering options that will cause odor control options to cost more or be more or less effective? Like, do we need to consider those in tandem, kind of?
From the possibility that we have to move more of the current piping and more of the current odor control infrastructure because of the space needed for the dewatering. It's not an effect by process, really. It's more a matter of the structure itself. And so the odor control comes out of the same room where the dewatering is, and a lot of piping may need to be moved around because of a bigger dewatering unit. So that's where that comes into effect.
Thank you.
And then my final note was what I just said, that they came in Thursday morning. So really the first page was giving a little bit of an overall view of the plant, just to try to have some understanding or basis. We could try to dig into it. I probably should have opened it as a PDF myself, just so I could zoom in on items. But if you all have that open, I don't know how important it is, but I would just go through a quick rundown of how things enter in. So actually the page above that. Right, so yeah, that page there gives you an overview basically of the plan. And in the lower left corner is really where things come in, this idea of the headworks. That's where the influent comes in. It goes through the first process to try to get rid of diapers, other big things that are coming into the wastewater or whatever is in there, key litter, you know, whatever you want to consider. It goes through a little bit at the very bottom of that. And then it goes into the basins where it can then sit. And in the middle of that is those two squares. Those are the blowers that adds air into those basins to the right where it sits. And that helps actually change the metabolism, say the, changes the chemicals in there to allow the water to become a little bit clearer and the solids to coagulate and sink to the bottom. And then it moves to what would be the upper left area where we really separate out the liquid and the solid. And that's where the dewatering unit is. And that really takes the last amount of liquid out of the solids that it can and drops the solids into a dumpster for them to be hauled off. And it sends the liquid on to the slightly to the right where you see that long black line right in the upper middle, which is where the UV unit is, the final portion of it before it goes out into the pipes back into the creek.
Is the UV unit still working at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible, the UV units now. It's a fact that they are very manual. They're an older model. In some of the discussions, I think it will come up. It is a priority because you don't want to have infected wastewater because that's the disinfectant area going out to the creek. But the current unit could work, again, trying to look at the life cycle costs, the cost of a new unit and the fact that they're not the same dimensions. So there will be actual physical modifications that need to be done for the unit that is the current standard. We'll have to take that into consideration.
Thank you for this. I don't think any of us will get the tour of the wastewater treatment plant. Lee, did you ever get one?
We did, thank you.
Okay, good.
So can I ask a question, Aaron?
Yep.
How long does the stuff stay in the lagoon? It's
In the
Well,
basement.
there's no lagoon, but the two basins.
the two basins, right?
Not that long. We don't have enough time to really let stuff sit for as long as it should.
We use both of them?
Yes, you try to switch off to let one sit and one fill and add air. And again, I'm not an expert on the process. I'm a utilities administrator, right, for the most part, over a utilities engineer.
It
Those are pretty heavy duty pumps to pump all those solids out of the,
Basement.
right, to the dewatering system. I mean, that's gotta be a pretty beefy piece of equipment.
Yes, except that we actually have ones that were oversized. That's one of the items in there is that they had units that were much bigger than they needed to be. And so again, that was another area where the wastewater operator asked us to look at, should we reduce these? Because they've actually scaled back the power of the pumps to make sure that they're not over pumping to get stuff out too fast. Just to show there's a lot of complications in this that
Yeah.
compared to what you all know, and then I'm a one step up from there, but even then, I'm not gonna say I'm an expert at wastewater. Even our town engineer, who's an engineer, except that he's not a wastewater engineer, but there is a lot involved.
But you are correct. One of the options they looked at initially was, do we add a third basin so that the material can set longer? And that was kind of one of these things of deciding, do you add a basin or can you downsize blowers? Because there's so many different, factors. Like we left room on the south in case they wanted to add a third basin.
So if you wanted to go on, I guess, Victoria, you're controlling it, right, to the aeration, or just to take a step back, I didn't include in the overall price. I was gonna start with that and then get back. Right now, we do have an estimated cost, which does include the odor control. And one other item that I didn't include in all of these options at 5.3 million. It's just their estimate of cost at the high level right now, selecting certain options from all of those possible options. But then I wanted to go down, we're already at the end, question.
No,
Let's talk about what's needed for a permit.
The aeration improvements. So this was the one that originally was looked at when we built out the eastern corridor. We then had to make some changes to our facility. And they were the ones we've talked about over time of the blowers, adding more air into it and changing where the process sends back what it can't either put into solids or put into the creek. it sends it back to the beginning of the process to start over again. It's called the centrate. And that's also where the centrate has some higher levels of the high strength waste we have concerns with. And so that goes back in front of our meter. And so that's one of the reasons we have slightly higher high strength or BOD, because this waste that came out of the plant is sent to the beginning and goes through the meter again. It's actually not supposed to, and we've never understood how I was gonna say
Honeywell.
Honeywell, but yeah, I was gonna say it, and then I was like, our company, how they got away with it, how CDPHE allowed it, because now they're like that, it can't be there. It's supposed to be behind. You're not supposed to remeasure what goes back around. So the blowers and the piping of where this return goes were the two items that were supposed to be changed or still need to be changed for our permit as it was issued. There's a long drawn out process. When I started with the town, we were waiting to do this. We couldn't do this because the permit was in what's called administrative review. You can't make any changes during administrative review. We waited. It then turned out, well, if you change your permit from the general permit to an individual permit, you can get out of administrative review. We went forward, we did that. At that point, the litigation was going on, and we tried to say, should we make these changes now, or should we see what we get, how the litigation turns out to some extent, and plan a full project based on funding that we have? So the blowers items were actually talked about in 2020, 2019, even at 250,000. And now we're up to, right, about $1 million or potentially $1.5 million if we want to have the higher end. If you went to the next slide up there. Just to show, that's what I have. Oh, that goes on to the blower. Oh yeah, sorry, that is where the aeration. So with the aeration improvements, previously JVA did a study for us and some items that said we could keep 2 of our blowers and add the 2 big blowers. Consor doesn't think we need to have 4, that we could get by with 3. Part of that is based on the fact that just last year we had to buy the 1 new one. So they're keeping the 1 in there that cost us $40,000. But at some point, if that goes bad, we should probably look at doing the 3rd, or maybe again, in the overall life cycle costs, we want to look at just accepting that and going to a 3rd $100,000 blower. Because then if one goes down, we're already in place. We don't have to worry about making changes in the future. Again, it's more of looking at the overall process. So it's up in the air. On to the next slide. And again, that was really what was needed. At the bare minimum, we have to do something with the aeration for our permit. Currently, we are allowed to have the public works facility on the eastern corridor, but nothing else is supposed to be going on the eastern corridor until we make changes to this permit. It got very convoluted that they changed our general permit to actually take into consideration that this work was already done. So there's been some part of this process is dealing with CDPHE on the permitting. And so there's been some talk of, okay, we could get them started really early, but let's not do that because we don't understand why they issued this permit the way they did. And let's make sure we're ready to move forward with, at the very least, some of these dewatering options. If CDPHE comes back and says, oh, wait, you guys didn't do this work. Sorry, we made a mistake, but you have to do it now. And they give us a timeline to get that done. So I don't know if we wait till 60% or where, but at some point we have to get CDPHE involved and say, okay, this is what we want to do, and not have a timeline that we have to be under the gun to meet for that one.
I thought we had to send a 30% design to CDPHE when that's not one of their requirements.
No, I don't have that as a requirement here.
Would that be advisable to get them in early in the process, or?
I would think when we make decisions of how we want to move forward, because at this point, we want to decide which dewatering option we think we want to move forward with. And when we're ready to commit to how Consor should move forward with the design, then they said, yes, let's go to CDPHE and get them involved. Again, they are very behind schedule. There were some other items we were supposed to do, I talked about before with the arsenic concerns. And we asked for a delay on that requirement, just to show you the permitting backlog back in November. And they still haven't replied back to whether they were granting that or not. And it's, if you submitted the request, you're in good shape, is what I've been told.
So are you saying that if Paul Rowe or Kilo came in
Correct,
here
yeah.
tomorrow with a plan, we would have to put them off until?
That there are concerns, yes, the how their sewer ties in.
And given the snail's pace of the CDPHE permitting, it behooves us to get on this right away, right?
Yeah.
That's a fly in the ointment I didn't anticipate.
That's one of the, and Victoria, I'm sure we'll talk about the CDS and CPF funding applications, but.
That's why I listed that as an option,
Yeah,
was the infrastructure to bring that in, because that's. I keep hearing that our economic development's all gonna happen on the Eastern Corridor, and it's like, there's a lot to do
And then-
before that can happen.
and economic development is a great way to get federal funding at the moment.
Mhm.
Erin, I have a question about the dewatering options, and it might be pretty basic. What is the difference between the two options here? I mean, I see that one is equipment upgrades,
So,
and one is a new centrifuge and rehabbing the existing centrifuge. Can you talk a little bit about the difference between the two?
Generally, existing.
So those are the dewatering options that both deal with the centrifuge. There are more dewatering options on the next page. But with the centrifuge option, it was one that I hadn't thought about before or had mentioned. The top number there is just to replace our current centrifuge, which is high energy and something we have been concerned with a bigger, more properly sized unit. The lower option, which is an additional, I think, $400,000, would be to keep the existing unit, get it reworked. It needs to have a tune-up, let's say, but it's a very big tune-up, and add a new one so that you have a backup dewatering. As we've seen, the biggest concern we have is $10,000 to $20,000 a day if we have to haul liquid. So this was one where they're saying you have this unit, if it can actually be repaired or put in, brought back up to where it could work in an emergency, maybe it's worth a little extra in construction costs to be able to keep that in place and build the new structure that's needed for a new dewatering unit.
Thank you.
And then on the next page, we get down to a couple of other options. There's the fan press. There are a few other different types of presses there. A fan press, I had not heard of a volute press, but it was brought up as something we should look at, and a screw press. The idea with a press versus a centrifuge is it's much less energy. It would require a little bit more on how we modify the plant, so construction costs are a concern. But with a press, it's slower and it doesn't require somebody to be on site for concerns of something going wrong. And it doesn't require as much energy as a centrifuge does. So that's why these were ones we thought we wanted to get rid of a centrifuge, but again, let's have engineers come give us some full costs. And so we have the construction costs. We have to look at the life cycle costs of these different options and determine which one we want to move forward with. And that was the biggest permitting concern, the dewatering. We move on to the next one unless someone else wants to. ask
And
a
those two
question.
numbers are quite different.
Yeah,
Centrifuge 1.56, and both of the other two options 1.9.
I would want to know when we talk about, I hate to use the phrase energy cost savings. But what are we talking about? Like over like, I know you don't have the answer now, but what are we talking about over a life cycle? I think that we need to know that in order to make a decision.
Yeah, which is why I want, that is definitely the big concern, and energy, and if our operator only needed to be on site 3 out of 5 days.
Yeah.
Would be a significant savings. So we definitely need, and lifetime or 20 years is what we look at for the life cycle cost of the unit. So how much would it cost operating this for 20 years? Then we get a bigger picture of what the cost would be.
And I think Dave had a question.
Yeah, I was just gonna add on, because you looking at operational expenses for 20 years, but also future capital costs, how often does each one of the presses or centrifuges need to be changed out versus you know, ultraviolet, anyway, just looking up. Because
Yeah.
right now we're looking at spending some big dollars, but I think it'd behoove us to also peek around the corner and say, is this something's gonna reoccur in 5 years, in 10 years, or what?
And that was the first thing Engineer Dole sent to them was, right, so. We're great, we have these, but we still need the life cycle costs to really get a good picture of this. So that's their next step if it's to us.
So, before we move on, these numbers, are very different. I'm working on that CDS grant. And I had to submit the one to Congressman Nagusa already, so these numbers aren't matching what I sent in. And depending on which of these options, I need to get those in this week.
And you can ask Emma if you can modify it based on your information on that.
Yeah, I mean, we were getting specific enough to say what type even, and so those really vary, $700,000.
Could we get, I mean, does he have a general idea? A centrifuge is good for XX and a fan is good for XXX?
But not the cost there to operate one over the other.
Length of time of its operation.
Oh, right, I would think it would be how much do you have to spend over 20 years to keep that going versus how much do you spend on. Like, if you need one centrifuge, but it's $100,000 and you need 5 fan press replacements at just 5,000. It's not necessarily the time period, but the overall cost through that time period. Right.
I think I'm going to be rounding instead of
Yeah.
the specifics I had earlier. Okay.
Just to be clear, the UAB has discussed some of these things, but they're also, it's on their agenda for Wednesday, right? For this first thing.
Yeah.
Just so everybody knows, fortunately, on the UAB, we have Chris Moline, who is an engineer of this type. I don't know what you call him exactly, but wastewater engineer, I guess.
Yep.
He has a lot of experience in that. He's the expert of that group, and so they're gonna be discussing this.
All right, I don't know that it'll be decided at that meeting.
Yeah.
How they move forward, I think at least a month.
Well, and whether or not we get some funding also might help a board decide what to move forward with.
Yeah, we're gonna, since 2 million is the cap on CDS, it'll only be one of these components, so I guess you might need to know if there's one of these that can happen first.
I think it's gonna roll around till next year.
What?
I think it's gonna roll around till next year.
Well, by the
You'll be
time,
fine,
That's where
but-
the money.
you could ask for it, but by the time you got CDS approval and actual funding, you're
Right, so we did this last year.
looking for the period of time.
You put in the request for the 3 million last year, right?
Well,
Based
2 million
on-
is the cap this year for 2027. And so what I'm saying is I have to tell them which of these components we want to do.
Right, we don't know that, we don't. know.
It's a timing issue, so. We have enough reserves, I suspect, to move forward with that. I mean, if it's wholly,
And soon it'd either be the blower upgrade or the press, the dewatering.
and I assume we can decouple the irrigation from.
It depends what CDPHE
Those are-
requires permitting for. The UV, like as an option, would still require CDPHE approval. Some of them, the odor control, I don't know that CDPHE is really gonna require that in a permit. So if we wanted to take that off and do it separately, we could. But anything we want to do that requires CDPHE permit approval, we want to try to get put together into one package. So a few years ago, again, I thought we were at $2.5 million, but again, we've seen construction costs probably double in the last 2 or 3 years. And that's why when we had the litigation settlement, it was looking pretty good to me for where we could move forward. But again, then we've had plenty of other things come into play since then. I put the UV improvement next on there, just to give one that doesn't have a whole lot of decisions there, except whether we can do them or not, whether we need to do them or not. When we get all the different, again, life cycle costs, where do we stand? What has the most bang for its buck? What's the most important to us? So the UV, as we talked a little bit earlier, it still works, but there's a lot of operational aspects to it with someone needing to manually remove lights, take care of that. So is it worth the full upgrade to the modern system that will require much less operational need? At the time, didn't know if we could get in a new unit to what is physically structured at the facility, or we've been told now we need to actually change the structure because the new one is slightly wider and slightly shorter. That also goes into some of the dewatering that was talked about, and we thought we could definitely save some money with dewatering. So the increase of non-potable water, if you go down a couple, go down there. Oh, that was, and looking at that, there's definitely some different options there. Trying to understand the bang for the buck. Is it 10–15% more potable water going to make a difference or not? Maybe not. Some of the bigger options require a whole new basin being built. And so you get on to even some higher costs than what I included in there. You know, I just put a couple of them in because this was going to be a high level. Trying to give you at least a quick rundown, but they're building a whole nother small room outside the existing building to be a facility to hold non-potable water. So again, we have to see what's that cost going to be for how much do we save over 20 years.
So on the UV improvements, I mean, the existing system's working. What I heard you say is there's operational improvements of, you know, to change bulbs as often as that. So seems like for almost $500,000, we could cover that with labor pretty easily. Am I missing something here?
No, but that was part of what we looked at for the dewatering. I guess that would be the portion. If we wanted to actually get more dewatering for eventually the slightly lower cost version, you might save 100,000 by putting in the shorter new UV unit.
So you
So
get
they
more
are
throughput.
coupled a little bit, what gives us more space in the existing facility. They might be able to create more non-potable water space with the new UV unit. So again, we have to look at what's going to be the overall cost if we can use less water. We don't have to modify the structure quite as much. So there's a lot of variables still out there. We're not coming up with answers. It's just to try to show everyone that this is what we've come up with. I think for me, before it totally got ended, was I was surprised that Consort has also now come back to say this is very complicated to try to get the benefits that you want. And while we've all been really upset with what we got, I don't know where we were. I wasn't involved at the start with what we got for the cost. To some extent, was what we could afford. And it's not something, there are some areas here where you needed to build a much bigger facility and you needed to build something. Even when we talk about our high strength waste and not needing to worry when we talked before about the JVA study and concerns with the really high strength, there are still times, even though we now know that our highest strength waste polluter has not been doing anything for the last 6 months, we still sometimes hit these high peaks. And that's what the state is going to make you do your plant to. So there's a lot here that says, hey, you guys just need to spend a lot of money and get something done, even though you think you can get by. I keep trying to push to say, hey, we don't need to do the high strength weight. We really do know where that's at.
Before you left that point, that's one thing I wanted to make sure understood and everybody else understands. When JVA did its study, the numbers we were talking about were $8 million option, $10 million option, 12 million. JVA was planning, if I remember correctly, or their potential design and those costs were assuming that number one, population kept increasing, so you had more things going into the plant, and number two, that you were going to have high strength waste levels. So these numbers we're talking about now, although 5.3 is a lot of money, these are premised on the assumption that you don't have either the population growth that JVA looked at as one option, or as one possibility, or high strength waste at the levels that JVA was trying to design for. We're basically assuming we're not going to hit those growth levels that JVA projected, and we're not going to hit those high strength waste levels that JVA was trying to design. Is that right?
Yes, I would say we're not getting to the high
Yeah.
that they wanted, and we're not staying at the low that I wanted. and
Wouldn't say they
we are in
wanted,
the
but
middle.
wouldn't say they wanted it. It was just they were
Right,
thought
what
we
they
had to
projected.
potentially
and-
address
yes,
it.
Yeah, you're
And,
right.
you know, the commission is one thing about the high strength, it's just because we don't know if there would be another type of distillery that might decide they want to locate in the eastern corridor, for example.
And if they should so decide, we have the ability to make them
Yeah.
high stream 100% of their high strength wastewater. And I think any future board that can do that would be, should be put out of office.
I think that's already under
Tells you-
control if needed. You know, again, just to point that out was that came into place with existing businesses. And even those existing businesses have been in discussions and worked on for future concerns with that. And anybody new who came in, we've already had some discussion of a brewery coming in, and I think they have some concerns because of what's been told to them of what they might need to meet. And it is gonna be a business versus the wastewater decision.
All right, okay, thanks. This is on our agenda later, so I'm sure Dr. Kaplan will love to stick around.
This one is not on it.
There's no direction.
Oh, there's no direction.
No.
There's no direction needed, just with an update.
I just add that these types of decisions are why we have a UEB with people on it.
Yeah.
And their recommendations, I mean, they're not controlling, but they should be entirely regulated. And so that's, we were lucky that we not only have a UEB with some very smart people on it, but we actually have some wastewater engineering expertise on there. And, you know, speaking for me, I've Mayor Rogan have been dealing with this thing for 8-10 years, how long it's been.
You better
Even-
invite us to the grand opening.
Even at that point, though, so you're not an expert. We're certainly not experts on this, and the UEB recommendations are very important to us, and I'm glad we've got them to look to. And
All right, okay, everybody, let's take a 10-minute break, so we'll start.
We're live.
Okay, great. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. Nice to see everyone. I will call the Monday, March 16th Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Rogan, Mayor Pro Tem Williams, Trustee Hamrick, Trustee Dottie, Trustee Lowell, Trustee Browning, and Trustee Williams. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you, everyone. I'll read the land acknowledgement and then we'll take a reflective moment of silence. Like as we did last week, a little extra prayer for safety for our troops and everyone who is in harm's way. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you, everyone. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Is there a second? Any changes? Off to the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Now is the time for our audience business and board follow-up. If you would like to address the board, there's a sign-in sheet there. And you'll approach the podium, give us your name and just the street that you live on. No need for a full address. You'll have 4 minutes, and then after you're finished, the board will, after everyone's finished, the board will have an opportunity to respond, and so will staff. So who do we have this evening?
I have Kay Sparks.
Evening, ma'am.
Good evening. It's gonna be a long meeting, so I'm making it short. These Sparks on Apple Valley Road. 2 things. One is an update from the last time I was here in terms of Lions Valley Townhomes. I suppose they were $44,000 in arrear of rent. Well, that is cumulative. It's not per month, and it's down to 30,000. So that goes on. They now have 4 2-bedroom apartments, townhomes, and 1 3-bedroom freestanding home. And like, it seems a lot of these affordable are having a challenge. So they are now waiving the application fee. The first 2 months of rent are free. And if you move in the middle of a month, you get that month free. They're in transition to a new property manager, who at my age, everybody looks young, but she's young, but she's got a lot of good experience. And I asked her why she came from the Denver area to work here, same company, is she wanted a new challenge. And I just get the feeling she can handle this new challenge, and she's really into it. One of the things the Housing Commission is going to work on is there are some raised beds that are at Lions Valley Townhomes that are full of material that would not be very conducive to raising any kind of plant. So we're going to see if we can connect them, some of the residents who are interested in doing something with it, to the garden club, to maybe a nonprofit that can help them with some of the funding. So it would be really nice. And if we can do that, that can be a pilot project for the new property manager in Longmont. She says they have raised beds there that are sitting there empty. And the other thing I just wanted you to know, you've probably heard about the Boulder County Regional Connection Ad Hoc Committee. They're just gathering information to see can they connect the whole county by some kind of transportation bus. And so Sheree Moreau is a representative from the mountain areas. And she asked us, she came to the Housing Commission to ask us to find, is there a need for a bus between Lyons and Longmont? Because right now it's all vouchers. And those are Hart. Lisa Ramsey went through, the figures. And I can give them to you, but the bottom line is, the numbers do not support a regular bus. The vouchers that they give are being used by about 50 folks total. And probably they figure 20 to 25 use those on a regular basis to get to wherever they need to go. They would not get to the store, they would not get to the dentist or the doctor without those vouchers. And for the investment that you all are making, up to the 9,500, and then the county paying the rest, like many of the programs we have, it's not the numbers, is this serving the right people? And that is serving the right people. And they are very appreciative. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to address the board? Once told, so. Trustee Williams?
Just say thanks, Kay. As usual, it's both an interesting subjective overview so that we get a sense of what's happening, also informed by the real numbers and real people behind the scenes. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll just say on the trip vouchers, I know some of the people that use those, and it literally makes a difference whether they can live here or not. It's vital to them. I think that's one of our better investments, actually.
Thank you very much. I'm going off so close off any bit. Thank you also for writing for the paper.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Actually, Ethan, thank you for writing the newsletter summary of this meeting that I missed last week. I started to watch the 5.5 hour meeting, and I just read your summary. It was perfect. Thank you.
And I'll add my thanks. You, Victoria.
Nothing other than always a pleasure, Kate. Thanks for the updates.
Okay, terrific. Then we'll close audience business and we'll move on to staff reports. Tonight we have Boulder County Sheriff's Office. Good evening. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Sure. So I'm Commander Randy Wilbur with the Sheriff's Office, and I supervise Sheridan, who's the town sergeant. She was gonna be here tonight, but she couldn't make it. She had to drop her kid off at the airport, so she was gonna try to be here. She hasn't made it yet, so I haven't heard from her. So she made me inbox.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
And
I'm Jason Oakers. I'm the Operations Division Chief, so I supervise our law patrol and detectives and almost everything that's outside of the building.
welcome. I feel suddenly very safe.
It's the safest part of town right now.
And one of the reasons these gentlemen are here tonight is I've received a number of inquiries from residents regarding block cameras. And I know in other municipalities, there's some controversy about how Flock is using and keeping data and the safety and security of the systems themselves. And so I thought it would be nice for this board to get an update and for the community to get an update.
Jason? Sure. Do you want me to sit down or stand up? I don't know what's proper.
Back or.
Okay.
You have a gun, you can do whatever you want.
So. Do you just want kind of a summary of how we're using this system and what I know about it?
Yeah,
And questions, is that?
I think that would be great.
Okay, so, Block Safety, they have, ALPR cameras, or automatic license plate reader cameras. And I think, they've probably been in Colorado probably for about 5 or 6 years, I suspect. They are not the first, ALPR system. There's another system, it's called LSAG, and the sheriff's office has been using that for a number of years. And the LSAG cameras, we have one that's permanently mounted down in Superior, and the other ones are just on patrol vehicles. Flock Safety came and they were a little bit unique in what they offer, and they would lease a camera to a municipality or a law enforcement agency. And then those cameras could be put around the town. So around lines, there's 6 cameras. And they could be used, if there was a report of a crime or something like that, then an officer could look at, pull up the camera footage, and if they had a white van, let's say, then you could search for a white van you know, in a given time period. If you have specific license plates, then you could search for that license plates. They can also be used for proactive. I don't, maybe proactive is not the right word. A couple other things they can be used for. So if a vehicle is stolen, let's say, then if a car were to pass by one of those cameras, then there's an automatic alert to deputies in the area saying, hey, the stolen car just passed by. And then the deputy, if they're in the area, then they can report for that vehicle. And the same if there's a missing or endangered person that has a license plate associated with it, if that car were to pass by, then the officer would get that alert. Additionally, we can create our own hot lists, is the term that Flock uses. And that is a list that we can create with the license plates. And an example that I'll use is we have a female party that lives in Superior, and she has been a victim of stalking by an ex-boyfriend or husband. And he is going through the court process. He doesn't live in Superior, but she is still very afraid of him. So we have his license plate number entered into the Flock system. So if he were to drive into Superior, then the deputies working would get an alert to say, hey, this car's here, and they would know to let's go drive by this lady's house to make sure he's not doing something horrible. So those are kind of the general things with Flock. Questions so far?
So it's somewhat interactive. So a car was reported stolen with a no license plate.
Yep.
That alert goes out to all the Flock cameras in the.
Yep, so that's with no license plates. So that without a license plate, we couldn't do anything proactive with it. And the way that Flock or all of the automatic license plate reader systems work is there's statewide and national databases of stolen license plates or wanted persons or stolen cars. That information is put into those databases for law enforcement to access. And then Flock has got permission to receive that information. So they may go in daily or a couple of times a day, download that information. And then as soon as a photograph is taken of the license plates on the camera, it's transmitted via cell signal to Flock. And then that would create that hit or that alert. And then it would come back right away to the deputies.
Are there any municipalities in the county that are asking a lot of questions or studying everyone else?
Yes, I think, from what I've read, and I think some of my peers that I've talked to, is I think every municipality is asking a lot of questions. And I'll tell you, I think it is, so at the sheriff's office, we have an executive staff, which is the sheriff, under sheriff, myself, my counterparts in the jail and our support services division, and some of our attorneys. And we meet weekly, and probably every 2 weeks, we're talking about Flock. And just what the future of Flock holds. And I'll tell you, I don't know. There's a couple of state bills that are out there. And we're following those very closely. To be really honest, we're negotiating contracts with Flock right now because we didn't like some of the provisions that they had. So we're trying to get ahead of things a little bit with that. So it's a very common thing and something that we follow.
The biggest issue I've seen, I've been reading some of the same reports, is the extent of data sharing. Who exactly is it shared with, in particular immigration area?
Yep.
So could you speak to that, of what kind of roles
Absolutely.
our information
Absolutely.
together in terms of sharing?
Yep. So the way, so there's been a lot of changes over the last year, I'll say, maybe a year and a half. And everybody's familiar with social media. I can make like a friend request to somebody. So I'm going to kind of use Flock as a social media. So the sheriff's office, we could make a friend request to Denver and say, hey, we want to see your Flock data. And Denver would say, okay, that's great. Let's share both ways. We could make a friend request to Boulder, and they might say, we don't want to be your friend. We're not going to share data. So then you can kind of go agency to agency. And then Flock also has what they call a nationwide sharing, which initially was, if you join nationwide, then everybody in the nation who has a Flock account can view your data. It has since changed, and I think right now you can share your data nationwide, or you can view nationwide data, or you could do one of those two, or both. The sheriff's office right now, we're on a statewide data share. So we share with everybody within the state of Colorado who has a Flock account. Flock has said that there are no federal agencies right now that have Flock accounts, so they cannot access the data. I will come back to that in a little bit. I want to clarify some things on that. So, and then in addition to that, if there's federal agencies, they've committed that they will have some type of a special identifier to say that they are a federal agency, and they cannot be part of a statewide plan. In addition to that, it is sharing immigration info for law enforcement to the federal government it's illegal. So there is some parameters that Flock has set up to say, hey, if you are logging on or searching for immigration data in the state of Colorado, you can do that. They also have a provision about reproductive rights. I think that there's fears that somebody may from another state that have an abortion in Colorado, and that other state's law enforcement agency could search. From what I'm told, it's not possible because of some of the safeguards that Flock is putting into place. Kind of back to your question, there is a possibility, I think, that a federal agency could access Flock, and I think that the way that by getting around some of those safeguards, and the example would be is if there was an FBI member who was, say, part of the Boulder County Drug Task Force, which doesn't happen, then they may be able to access Flock through the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. So there is kind of that funkiness right there. But again, I'm not aware of, I mean, in Boulder County, I'm not aware of that.
Who actually owns the data?
So the data is owned by Flock. And what that data is it's literally a picture of a car driving by at an intersection or a camera. So if I were to drive by 5th and Main, let's say we had a Flock camera there, you would see a picture of the front of my car and the back of my car and the license plate.
So Flock owns the data. And you essentially like lease use of the data. How long is the data retained by Flock, and what safeguards are in place?
So we've got access to the data for 30 days. After that, as far as I'm told, things go. And talking about safeguards, what do you mean by safeguards?
One of our residents sat me down and said, hey, it's so easy to hack into these systems and see the data. Let me show you a website that does it. And I don't know if it was real or not, what he showed me, but if it was real, it's pretty concerning that it's pretty easy to hack into the system.
So I've seen a couple bulletins about hacking into cameras. And actually, I'm not the most technologically sound guy. So I passed them off to another person that is very smart. And I said, hey, take a look at this. Tell me if there is any vulnerabilities. So at the time, there were vulnerabilities. So I could go out and purchase a certain type of router. And then I could walk up to a camera. And then I could attach my router to that camera with some passwords that were available online. And then what that would give me is access to any footage that is not uploaded to Flock already. So, I mean, you're talking about a cache of 4 or 5 different photographs. To be really honest though, with me I'm within distance to get that Wi-Fi or that connection, I would also be able to see every car that drove by there. And it doesn't get actually into Flock's system. It's only that specific camera.
It's just a photo. There's no information about that license.
No, and all of the so if I were to search Flock database, if my car, the license plate was 1234, I search 1234, it would show me a photograph of my license plate number and my car driving by an intersection. It wouldn't say it registers to Jason Okers. It wouldn't say, Jason's birthday is this. It has none of my information. All it is that license plate number.
And then you'd need the DMV.
Yes, yep. And then we would have been, if I were to search for that license plate number, my license plate number 124, I would search that, and then I would have to go to the DMP separate database and say, who owns license plate 1234?
So one more question,
Yep.
then if Flock owns the data.
Mhm.
And you all have access to it for 30 days.
Mhm.
Is there a mechanism in place stopping Flock, who owns the data, from sharing that data with, for example, DHS or ICE?
Right now, there's not. They're saying that there's not. That's one of the things that we're pushing for in a contract to say, hey, we don't want this. They say that they don't want, they say that they don't do that. They've said that publicly, and we're just saying, okay, that's great. You don't, and the school just put it in the contract, and that makes it simple.
Other questions?
Um,
Are there alternatives that folks are looking at?
Yes, can I want to go back
Yes.
real quick. So, the data that I shared about the camera and the accessing the system. So there was a bulletin that's referring to a bulletin that was put out in January.
Mhm.
And then 2 weeks later, there was another bulletin saying, hey, all of these things have been fixed
Okay,
by Flock. Some of it had to do with old operating systems that cameras were using and stuff. So they went in and they repaired those flaws. There are alternatives to Flock. So there's a couple things, and I'm glad you asked because I have questions for you too.
yeah,
So I mentioned the LSAG camera system that we've used in the past. That is, but it's very similar, meaning that somebody else owns the data. It goes into, I think, a state system, and people around the state at least can search for it. There's another company that the sheriff's office has been doing business with for a number of years and just started another contract with, and you may have read about them in the papers. They're called Axon. And Axon is actually Taser, but they started with Taser, they kind of rebranded, now they're Axon. They do body worn cameras, records management systems, and a bunch of other law enforcement systems. So we're exploring Axon, and some of the differences between Axon and Flock is Axon has a higher upfront cost, meaning with Flock, we essentially lease cameras from them, so there's an annual lease to them. With Axon, it's you purchase everything up front, and then you've got an agreement for 5 years or whatever that is. Any damage or anything like that, they'll repair it again. And obviously you can spread those payments out over years as well. The difference with Axon is the images are maintained, or the data is the sheriff's office's data. And then we can decide on who we share that with. So we have partners in the county that nobody's in the county that I know has used Axon as a ALPR system similar to Flock yet. However, if Longmont and Boulder were to say in the future, then we could just sign agreements with them to share data seamlessly. And we could, Axon is actually looking at a statewide contract to say, hey, anybody in the state that wants to get on board, we can share data within the states. And with law enforcement officers employed by states, county, I mean, civil governments, not federal governments. Questions about that? Yes. Mark?
Yeah, kind of a more general question.
Yeah.
How effective has this system, whether either the existing one or another one, if you go to it, been in terms of your law enforcement crime solving abilities? Is it something that if you didn't have it, next month, it would significantly impair your investigative crime solving abilities?
That's a tough question to answer. And I can tell you a couple things. The Flock really gained a lot of usage 3-4 years ago when auto thefts were significantly high. I don't think anybody can say Flock solved that problem. I mean, I think that there was a lot of factors that went into that. Certainly Flock was part of that. And if you wanted to look at crimes that have been solved because of an ALPR system, I can talk about homicide investigations where suspects were identified only because of a flock or an ALPR camera. I can talk about wildland fires that were solved because of ALPR cameras. Auto thefts, burglaries. I mean, there's a lot of crimes that are solved because of that. Especially when you start looking at pattern crimes, things up in Lyons and at Justice Park and Mango Springs. And just being able to see, hey, this car was this location and this location, and there's similar crimes committed in the same area. So that kind of helps connect those together, which I think helps law enforcement, because if we were to arrest somebody for breaking into your car, that's a bad thing. But if we arrest them for breaking into 10 cars, that's a bad thing. But as you take somebody to court, the punishment is going to be higher. Not that it's about punishment only, but I mean, you're catching someone that's breaking into 10 cars.
Anybody else?
I was just gonna say, I saw Boulder just announced 3 hours ago, they're gonna issue an RFP to look at new cameras, so.
Yes.
So maybe someone.
Yeah. And I think personally, the timing's a little funky right now, just because there's some of those state bills going through.
Yeah.
And kind of in their original format, they would have made an ALPR system almost, I don't want to say useless, but gotten rid of a lot of the use out of it. So there it is, assuming you can close a deal after the bill is signed, a good time.
You had some questions for us?
I do. So and I very much understand the community concern about the block that was, and ALPS in general. From your perspective, what are the concerns? Are the concerns the data sharing, or the lack of the knowledge of who that data is going to and what's being done with it? And is that, if so, is that different than if we can say the sheriff's office owns that data and we would only share that data with law enforcement within the state of Colorado that is bound by the same rules that we are, laws that we are, meaning you can't share it for immigration with us as an example.
I'll let others answer before I do.
Yeah, I believe actually that, Axon's plan is a whole lot better. Because I think the biggest concern is no trust in the at this point. And not enough assurances that Flock is moving fast enough to deal with that, or even that they have that same concern. And with Axon, it's simple for you. If the expenses are up front, you just buy the cameras up front, and then you increase our cost as a town to contract with you, I don't know, by 40 or 50%. So you could just do that and that'll pay for it. And apparently we just say that'll be fine. That last part's a little facetious.
Yes.
Yes. I really do. I mean, to me, I think that's our biggest concern. And so a company that has a better track record at keeping that information, certainly the circles I'm in, that's where the concern is.
Anyone else?
I think there's always going to be a segment of society, small towns, big towns, it doesn't matter. You have general privacy concerns if we deal with that in our utility bills. But I think it has been heightened by the current federal immigration policies, and it would be interesting to see, should those ever change, if that concern would diminish or not. But I think that's why you see the intense focus now. And I'll say, I think there's a story about an officer, some small Denver suburb, who did something stupid with Flock, and unfortunately, we're always going to have somebody that does something like that. But we have policies that prohibit that. So that's not going to stop somebody from doing it beforehand, but it would allow them to be punished afterwards.
Trustee Williams, did you have anything to add?
Always a little short list of questions. Maybe one half answer to your question. I think one thing that people often worry about is if we were to start with an individual, we'll call them a suspect, but they really are just an individual until there's a crime investigation. And then either a federal agency or an affiliate or even the sheriff's office, if you were to go looking for a crime. Right. I think that's what people worry about. And some of that is probably a misconception about the direction that your investigations take. People are less concerned if there's a crime and then we try to find the suspects to that crime than they are if there's a person and they try to find something that that person might have done wrong. I think that's where people's suspicions lead, but that may not be consistent with the way that you or your affiliates are using the data.
And that makes sense. And I don't have an easy answer to that, but I can tell you that a couple months ago, we had a media request for the flock searches related to our cameras. And I think we had a 500,000 searches or hits within a 500,000 plates that were read, sorry, within 30 days. So certainly somebody can say, hey, look, Trustee Williams's license plate number and where has he been and what crimes have been committed in that area. But I mean, that would be, in my mind, a significant problem. But I do understand what you're saying.
And then one way, when we talk about protections for this data,
Mhm.
one way that protections often work is that we create logs of
Yes.
people's searches.
Yeah.
I assume that you have good local logs and access to other people who've been pinging against your data.
Yeah, so Flock, one of the new updates they did was there's a mandatory drop down box that you have to fill out to say, why did you link up this, why are you appointed to this study? And I can't remember what the drop downs are, but there's like 4 of them, and so you have to select all those to say, and 9 times out of 10, I'm investigating a crime, right? We have a stolen car that went by here, whatever that is, you have to put in there. And so if it's not from all those, then you don't need to look at it, you have to submit that. And it does log every time I go into the system and take a look at it, it logs that Randy is going through these things for these reasons, and this sort of stuff like that. So there is some accountability on that next step.
And also, maybe to add to that a little bit, so another thing that Flock added within the last year or so is there's it's called NIBRS, it's a National Incident Reporting Database, and that's what's all the crime trends, this many homicides, this many assaults, this many thefts, that those are all broken down into certain categories. Flock has added a requirement that you select which one of those categories you're investigating. So like Randy said, it's got to be a criminal event or maybe a missing and injured person. But in addition to that, you have to say, I'm investigating a theft, I'm investigating a burglary. And then if you were to choose immigration, then you don't get access to Colorado information. And the flaw of that system is an officer investigating immigration says, I'm investigating a burglary.
But the log survives. And someone can check if
Absolutely.
there's a
The
problem.
logs survived. And I'll tell you, I think that, the one thing, if you wanted to be in law enforcement, no matter where you're at in this country, as soon as you're caught lying, your job's done, just because you can't testify in court.
And I agree with my colleagues about, my personal concern about how who owns the data, how it's used and how it's stored and where and all of that. And I also want to say that, I think I speak for the whole board when I say that we have an enormous amount of trust in the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. And your team, you're all phenomenal, you're fantastic, the sheriff himself is great, and so it's not a matter of, there's a lack of trust between us and the BCSO, that's not the case at all. We're just wanting to, like, the concerns that we're hearing in our community, and I'm curious about what our staff has.
I'm part of the city managers of Boulder County, and yeah, we are starting to talk about it. I did know that Axon was gonna be, possibly discussed for follow-up, but I agree with what you said. No one has taken that step yet, so people are just researching.
So really appreciate you coming and talking to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Be safe out there. Wild West out there.
I know, let's think about it.
I don't want to.
I did have one update from surgery. She asked me to let you know that, this last tagging of graffiti that we had, they do have photos of the people involved, and she is planning to go live with those in the next couple of days to try to get help from the people.
You solve some crimes alliance.
And so, she wanted you to know that they're, right? They have some photos, they've been trying to get them in higher resolution, but unable to do so. So, but they still think it's worth a try because they have a, they shot. So, okay. One of the tags were under McConnell, the old McConnell Bridge, the new one. And that was black scrawling about, the police and the town. And the other one was very different, more artsy with the, term grub, which we're seeing a lot around town. Two different people and two very different styles.
Both in the same location.
Nope, the other, that one was under Second Avenue. So they have the best video or footage, I'm sorry, photo of the person under them.
Thank you.
So it's our two types of graffiti.
Yeah.
One is very artistic and one is not. Yeah,
All right, administrative, please.
thank you. I'll try to be quick since I'll just assume you've all read this. I do want to just say publicly though, that there was a request for, from the finance director on what she thought the water wastewater balance would be at the end of 2025. The unaudited figure at this point is after the required reserves are met, we would have about $2,180,000 in our wastewater funds. So that will be really nice to be able to use that as potential, that the town has set aside money for improvements when we go to request grant and or loans for those projects.
Yeah.
Main Street, Colorado paid their annual visit. And I believe the chair of the EDC is asked to come to your next meeting for an update, so I'll let her do that. Lucky Lions Run. Sounds like there's a discussion that Gemini Adventures doesn't want to continue that. They have other races that are much bigger. This was kind of a fun local thing they were doing for family. But LCF and town staff really do have an interest in continuing it. With just a week's notice, they had 100 runners. And after all their expenses and paying whoever had to be paid for timing, we still were able to make a nice donation to Leaf. So, or LCF. And so, I don't know what type of, if that takes permission or not, but the town would be interested in maybe running that next year as a winter event and try to bring in closer to 500 racers. And because it is a timed race to qualify for the Boulder. And that needs to be advertised more. So, I guess I'll wait for the next board on that one. The building code open house was actually well attended from their perspective. 12 different firms showed up for that. No one voiced any type of opposition. There were certainly questions, but for the most part, it was a productive, helpful, workshop. I'm gonna jump on down to Safe Routes to Schools. Drexel Barrel is the design firm. And they are starting their design activities. And so neighbors along Third Avenue and Stickney will be receiving notice that we'll be having a public meeting. I believe they're looking at August or April to make sure they're getting input from them as well on their project. And there's a whole page on Earth Day. And Earth Day will not be Earth Day this year. Earth Day is going to be Earth Week. And there are tons of activities that are being hosted by a variety of different commissions and volunteer groups. So there's plenty of opportunity for volunteering if one of these speaks out to you. Please do that. And then I do need just a little grant nod or not. As we talked about in the workshop, I am the congressionally directed spending grants applications are due at the end of the month. I'm going to try to get those off this week. And the maximum we can apply for through our senators is $2 million. And the maximum through the congressman is, what was it, 1.7? Yeah. And so they do want to support the same project. And at this point, I am working on the wastewater plant, but in some of them you have to get more specific and more technical. So as we talked about, I think seeing these new numbers and seeing that the dewatering component is actually up to 1.9. Depending on which one we go for, I'd like to ask for the 1.9 from the two senators. And if we go with something less, hopefully we could work with them on applying the excess toward another component. So if the board's okay with that, I think I'm going to submit that, saying that if you'll give us 2 million, we have 2 million. And that should be a good match for a town our size. We did meet with our DOLA regional manager, Chris LeMay, about the storm water culvert, the historic one. He wanted to be very clear with us. He said, I am not sure you're gonna have a good outcome here. You're welcome to apply. But he said, we are only going to have one cycle in 26 and there's 15 million available. And before it's even closed out, we have 52 million in requests. So it's going to be very, very competitive. The one issue that Lions has for this grant funding is we don't get, they have different points for different categories. And our gas and oil production points are 0. And so we automatically don't have, like, I think that's up to 7 points for that. So he just wanted to be very clear. He said, I don't want you to do this and, take a lot of time and energy knowing that there's probably going to be higher scoring projects. I told him the board directed us to, and we do want to move forward with it. So we are continuing to work on that. You do have to make your grant presentation in person in Canyon City in early May. They move it all around the state. So we are still planning to do that. However, today, Chris LeMay sent me a letter from History Colorado that was a little different than what the History Colorado staff said to us. And they really do want us to try to preserve flagstone. They do feel that it is very comparable in cost to poured concrete, or not poured concrete, what's it called? Precast concrete. And they do feel that because that whole entire area is on the National Register as a historic district in our downtown, they would love to see it retained that way. So now we're going to work through a little bit more here, but just want to make sure the board still wants us to try. And we would be asking for, it's about 240,000. The category you can ask for is up to 250, and then the next category, is like a 500,000, and he said those are all well taken. So it's worth our time to apply for $240,000, even if it's a bit, but just want to make sure the board knows that, and that might shift a bit to replace flagstone where possible. When we present and answer their questions, we can tell them we were thinking the precast box culverts over the road crossings and see what they think about that. But the letter surprised me. I got it right before we came in here. And I was like, boy, that's not what I remember hearing. So it was a little different. We'll have to work through that. And then, go ahead.
One reason that the board, directed staff to apply for this is the preliminary feedback you had gotten from Colorado Energy was this is a really good project.
It
It
is
has
a
this
good
historic
project,
element.
yeah.
So it sounded like when we did that, we were
Yep.
responding to their information that said, think you got a pretty good chance at this.
Yep. And so now that everyone has had to have talked to their regional manager, this is what he told us. We have 52 million now in requests for 15 million.
The other thing, as to the historic commission, what exactly you're talking about, a national historic district?
Yes. It was, our whole downtown was put into one in 2008.
But a number of these potential collapse points are not in downtown, they're north of downtown.
That's true. So I just need to find out more. I was shocked by the letter. I was just surprised and I just got it at like 4 o'clock.
That issue had arisen before, and I'm was puzzled then, and I remain puzzled that a state historic preservation commission might potentially get in the way of doing repair projects that, if they're not done, could wipe out the very historic structure that they're worried about.
Yes.
If we have a big rainfall and parts of that thing collapse.
Yeah.
Damage the whole structure.
It
they
didn't
lost
say
their
we
historic
had
structure.
to. It didn't say we had to. It just
Yeah.
said if they're comparable costs, we want you to.
Right, so TBD.
TBD, but I just want to keep you in the loop on that one. And then Kim put an update here on the Colorado Colorado Tourism Office grants, which has been awarded and was we do have a match in the budget and the BOT approved it already. We just want to keep you up. But I would like 2 nods to submit 2 national grants that Colorado Main Street told us about when they were here last week. One is called the T-Mobile Hometown Grant. Kim and I have looked at this for a couple of years and haven't applied for it. This is now going to be the last year of it. It is a $50,000 grant, no match, meant to enhance your visitor experience to small towns, small rural towns. And so we would like to apply for that one, have a last shot there. And the other is called the Hartford Small Business Accelerator Grant. And Main Street really feels what we're trying to do with the creative district. And converting the visitor center over is really a really nice fit for this grant. Neither has a match. Both are due here in the next couple of weeks, so.
What does the board think? Same nods.
Okay. We'll keep on applying as long as we still have an opportunity to. And then I did attach links to a couple of videos that were kind of fun. If you get a chance, please watch those. And then also wanted to let you know that in case you haven't heard, I'm sure you have, but we do not have a Laura meeting this month. So we will see if what April brings, and we'll probably have to do some additional training. Depending on the election. That's always a tough one to bring people up to speed.
Questions for our town administrator?
I wanted to comment on something in here, and I appreciate you attaching the demographic insights.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Yeah,
interesting in several respects.
I thought so too.
The most interesting thing to me was the population change in Lyons from 20 to 2024 of -40, which actually squares with something that Planner Ritchie presented to us sometime last fall. We've looked at a number of town reports in recent years. One of them we talked about at the workshop with when JVA studied what do you need for the wastewater plant. They were assuming about population increases, and there have been other reports that also projected future significant population increases. And this is another bit of data that suggests anything that's projecting that is probably it's questionable. Just leave it that way. So interesting information.
When you dig deeper into this, the DOLA report behind this, it does show our household population, our household number is decreasing. In 2020, it was 2.47 per household, and now we're just barely over 2. And so it's also showing that we are getting older. We have fewer of those young families with kids. A lot of grandparents have since moved here. So it's a demographic change I think we are seeing from that. It will be interesting to watch what comes in the next 5 years, but the data in there comparing Lyons to Boulder County and to the state in regard to median household income, poverty levels was
striking, right?
yeah, it's striking.
Yeah, just an aside on the population projection, that's nothing new. My 2 sons who have kids in Boulder sports systems, they're finding they can't field baseball teams because there's not enough young kids in the system anymore. And you're also seeing it in declining enrollment.
Those schools.
The starter families can't afford.
Can't afford to live there.
Yeah, well, no, they can't afford their kid. The videos,
Yeah.
that DOLA one
Uh-huh.
is pretty damn good. Where is it going to be showcased? How do people?
It'll be on our visit, you know, we have two websites. We have the Town of Lyons website and we have the Visit Lyons website. And Kim will be putting a link on our website to this one on the Visit Lyons website.
Externally for somebody who's.
Oh, sure,
Okay.
sure.
And the camping influencer one was kind of cool, except the dogs were.
I saw that.
So.
Yeah, I saw that. We all know that.
We find them.
But it was interesting to see people camping there in the winter and a good experience they had except for their meals. I was like, so I just thought they were both kind of fun. I mean, we are gonna try much harder. Kim and I are going to be being much more proactive with sending everything about PR. Like there's another new article this month in a magazine, getting those to all the businesses so they can see how much we are almost every month in something. And start getting that out there so they know they are being promoted and supported. And
Okay.
yeah, so
So the,
share this with you.
so what, the Main Street profile, what struck me, in case people have not read it, is that Lyons has a higher median income than Boulder County and a higher rate of people living below the poverty level, which is what I learned this week is called a K-shaped economy, which is not something that we want. Yeah, it's a trend apparently. So I think we need to keep that in mind. And then also I was on a call a couple of weeks ago with the mayor of Bennett, Colorado, with Senator Bennett. There's a lot of Bennett's. And interestingly, Bennett, Colorado is having almost the exact same issue we're having with the wastewater treatment and trying to find funding for it. So we're not alone in this. And hopefully the senator's office will, even though we're not named after. You have to look at the map. Yeah.
And it is out of it on Winston, east of Denver.
Yeah.
On 70.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on to the legal update, Attorney Dittman.
Thank you so much, Mayor Rogan. So it's hot and heavy times with the legislature right now. And so I wanted to go over a few bills of interest. I know people have been asking me about where they're at, some key takeaways, happy to answer questions. And I've received some questions I'm happy to answer. But yeah, only going to go over three, but there are many bills that are happening right now, and we'll be constantly updating you on the most important ones that are most pertinent to the town. But the first one I want to talk about is HB 261001. But what this does is it creates a pathway for approval and administrative approval of residential property development if both the property and the developer meet certain qualifications. These are primarily on the developer side, nonprofit organizations, school districts, state college or universities, housing authorities, regional transit districts. Those types
Hey, Brandon.
of developers, they find properties. Are you there?
Yeah, you're cutting in and out.
Okay, let me try to switch it. Maybe I have to drop and get back on. They've been doing construction and I've had internet issues all day, but I can try to switch sources and maybe that may help.
Or maybe switch off your video. Sometimes that helps.
Oh, that's true.
While he's doing that, I'll just follow in a little bit. So
I'll try that first. Does this help any?
Yeah,
Keep talking.
Does that help? Or?
Yes.
Sounds good.
sounds good.
You have to.
Okay, so I don't know what you got and what you didn't got, but I was about HB 261001 and how it creates a pathway for administrative approval of residential housing if both the developer and the property meet certain qualifications. The kind of the biggest piece of this is the developers and who those are. They're mostly nonprofits. Nonprofits have a history of providing affordable housing. The school districts, state colleges, universities, housing authorities, and regional transit districts. So if you're any one of those and a couple other, minor things, and the property you'd like to develop on meets qualifications, then a handful of things happen. One, it has to be administratively approved. Two, it gives you certain benefits that you wouldn't otherwise necessarily be eligible for, like at least 3 stories of height, even if it was not permitted in that zoning district, or 45 feet, whichever is taller. It also, severely restricts our ability to restrict density that you wouldn't, otherwise be qualified for. So it creates a pathway for those sorts of properties, restricts our ability to deny those qualifying properties and developers, severely limits the ability to make those approvals conditional, in addition. So that's kind of, I guess, the overview of what it does. The good news is that a lot of our ability to, control development is preserved through our ability to manage things like utility fees. And, one of the eligibility criteria for these properties that they have to be served by water and wastewater. So if it was new build property that's not currently served, it wouldn't be eligible. So this is a lot of, redevelopment of existing properties that have service already. And so that, all is not lost, but it does create, some opportunities for new development, and in some cases, maybe in ways that, we wouldn't otherwise permit. And so I think, this bill did pass, so it hasn't been signed yet by the governor, but I think every expectation is that it will. But it will take some, I think, some experience to figure out how it actually plays out in action, about whether it is effective in increasing housing development or whether it's another bill that aims to do that, but still has challenges. It does go into effect beginning in 2028, so this is not immediate. But that's my kind of broad overview of that one. So I know that's a lot of information, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I know there are some questions that were sent in. Hopefully my overview answered some of those questions, but again, happy to answer questions.
Questions about 1001?
Just Brandon, one of my questions that I submitted was the number of units factor. That it apparently basically wipes out the local government's authority to set a limit on the number of units on the property.
You still have to meet things like setbacks and certainly utility restrictions. I mean, there would be other limits other than density alone. But yes, it does really restrict our ability to regulate density if one, it's a qualifying developer, and two, it's a qualifying property.
Yeah, I mean, some of our zoning restrictions allow so many units per square footage of the property, but as I read this bill, those provisions are pretty much wiped out.
Yeah, there's certainly challenges in enforcing that, density based on that factor alone, I would say.
Other questions about 1001? Okay, go ahead, Brandon.
Moving on to the next one, which is the lot splitting bill. Is HB 26-1308, lot splitting approval by subject jurisdictions. This one does a number of similar things in kind of how it's structured and certain the intent, to create more residential housing development. And there's really two things it does. One, it requires that lot splitting, for the most part, be an administrative approval. We already kind of do that for the most part, for most minor, subdivisions. But also it severely restricts, it allows for a subdivision of properties that are much smaller than what we would typically allow. And so the qualifications under this bill is that the lot is 2,000 square feet or greater before the split, so pretty small. And that the two new lots, if they're not equal in area, that one is 60% and one is 40%. So you can, potentially under this bill, you could have, one lot which is like 1,200 square feet and one that is 800 square feet, and that'd be permitted if my math is right in my head. Which would be much smaller than our minimum lot size would otherwise allow. And so I think that's the biggest concern with this bill is that it would create much smaller lots potentially, and it would go against pretty much every place's minimum lot size requirements. There are still, some qualifiers here. It's not, everyone gets to do this. One of the requirements is that if you have a mortgage, that the person who's giving you the mortgage has to approve of it. So that's going to prevent, I think, a lot of ability to do this. It also has very similar restrictions around, are there the utilities to serve this property? You still have to, we're subject to all of our general kind of health and safety restrictions and utility regulations. So there will be some practical limitations on this. But it certainly would, if passed, and it's not quite, there yet, it would create much smaller lot sizes, which would increase density and, and maybe have compounding effects, in a variety of different ways. So that's my general overview on that. It's under consideration right now. Looks like it's in the House Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee, and it's scheduled for that tomorrow. Yep.
Yep. And it's number 3 on the docket for tomorrow, so it won't be till, it's on adjournment, so it won't be till late. Okay.
Any questions on that one?
We want to inquire now about whether.
Yes. Yeah, so Trustee Browning and I have been going kind of back and forth. He would like to testify in opposition to this bill tomorrow at the committee hearing, which is House Transportation, Housing, and Local Government. I am totally okay with that. I might go down again tomorrow. And I think you would do it
remotely. It's just, I think this thing it's much broader, I think, in its potential impact than 261011 that he just talked about, because that only applies to basically nonprofits here. But this is really every lot in town potentially. It's very, very broad. And we had an experience with that, you may recall, last year, where somebody wanted to split one of the old double lots and neighbors got pretty upset about it. We came up with a process locally that worked, where you notify the neighbors and you can have hearings and that type of thing, and they eventually worked it out. And what the guy wanted to do was not, his neighbors agreed to it. So we worked it out locally, but this bill would mean, doesn't matter what you want to do locally, they can do it.
And there's, so, kind of like the inner workings of this whole process, in case people aren't aware, it goes to committee, it passes out of committee, it goes to the committee of the whole. And then, amendments get added, lobbying happens. It's a far away from actually getting passed. This is the committee hearing tomorrow. One of the sponsors is Judy Mobley out of Boulder. Who's a sponsor of a lot of the housing bills. Brandon, do you know what the CML official position is on this?
Oppose, I'm pretty sure. I'm almost certain. Yeah.
The committee that I'm on, this is on their next agenda.
On
They haven't
Friday.
actually said they oppose it yet, but they said they strongly think that they.
Well, yeah, and sometimes if CML thinks that regardless of their opposition, a bill is gonna get passed anyway, they'll take an amend position to try to make it less bad.
Yeah.
So that may happen, but yeah, if the board is okay with Trustee Browning testifying, I'm okay.
And one clarification, like Trustee Browning said, CML has not officially taken a position on this, but I know from speaking to various people that, they're not particularly happy about this, so.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay, what else you got in terms of bills, Brandon?
The last one, which I know we've talked about quite a bit, is this, the noise bill, which is SB 26098, State and Local Noise Abatement Authority. This is a CML sponsored bill. What it actually does is pretty simple. It just eliminates kind of the conditions that were in the original statute on how governments can permit what's considered excessive noise under the state noise standards. And so if this were to pass, any permit that was issued by a local government for exceeding the state noise limits would be acceptable, whether that be a nonprofit or a for-profit entity or any other type of person or entity. So very simple. It fixes the issue that was was created by the Salida case. Certainly locally it would be helpful for us quite a bit, I think, in various situations. I think we already talked at the last meeting that the hearing is tomorrow, and I think Mayor Rogan's and Craig Ferguson are gonna speak on this issue. But Mayor Rogan, if you have any.
it was heard in committee on Thursday and I went down there with Zach and it passed out of committee, so now it's in the committee of the whole.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Tomorrow will be Senate General Order, second reading of bills.
Okay. Not going down there tomorrow.
Did it go well? I guess is the follow-up question to that.
Did it what?
Did your testimony go well when you went?
Yeah, the testimony went great. The committee asked us some really good questions about how we manage noise conflicts in Lions. And then the next panel in opposition were folks from the Springs, and they kind of got the same questions, but I would like to think that we had better answers.
Mm-hmm. Well, that sounds great. I'm glad you had the opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
So that is all I had, in terms of the three most important ones. I don't want to be here all night. I certainly could be talking about various pieces of legislation. If there's any other ones you want me to track down or report on, I'm happy to do that. But those were the three I want to talk about tonight.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any additional questions for Attorney Denman? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then let's move on to ordinances and public hearings. First up is the second reading of public hearing of ordinance 1211 concerning codes. I'm not going to read the entire paragraph title.
What? That sounds really reasonable. So, thank you, Mayor and Board of Trustees. I am realizing I was not logged into Zoom. So, I really don't have much of a presentation for you unless you'd like to go back onto some of the previous slides. So I'll work on that here while we're going, but, essentially we held a workshop 4 weeks ago, going through building codes, various building codes, as well as the first reading and a follow-up workshop 2 weeks ago with additional questions. Sorry, I have a different one I was gonna do. So I'll continue to try. On adoption of building codes, as Town Administrator Simonson mentioned on Thursday, March 5th, we had a lunch and learn. Tim Maroney, who you all have met a couple times now, facilitated that. We had a representative from 12 different contracting or developers that attended. Lots and lots of questions. But I didn't hear any general opposition to updated building codes. I think, we talked about qualifier code, we talked about the state model electric ready and solar ready code. So I think generally though, they were just more curious on the kind of what does this mean and how would that affect specific projects. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have on the ordinance, but I know we've talked about it a number of times at this point. So, and I do not have Tim Maroney in hand this evening. I was assuming our questions are in good shape. Oh, one thing to note, after consultation with the town attorney, we have removed the adoption of the fire code from this ordinance because Lions Fire is staying on 21. So we have a separate resolution that governs how we interact fire district on our fire code. So that has been removed from the ordinance.
And the ordinance that was posted did not include it.
Yeah, so we'll need an amendment, during after the public hearing to finalize that. But yeah, we still want to create a conflict between what we're doing and what the fire department's doing. There's also a state law, kind of given our situation that requires us to be done via resolution. So happy to answer your questions on that requirement, but I think most of this board has been through that process before, so you'll probably remember it.
Okay. And the folks that administer the codes have talked and they have no concern if we are on a different year series of codes. So we don't anticipate it will cause any other issues.
Thank you. Questions for staff? I have one.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the resolution, section 18240 modifications.
Okay.
There are few, I just did a quick search on fire.
Yeah.
And there are some mentions of it where it says fire prevention is amended by replacing quote international fire code with quote adopted fire code.
I thought those were all deleted. Let me pull up the
What's the number, Mary?
packet.
18-30, and I think there might be more.
So paragraph 3. 18-2.
So isn't it okay if we don't change? the
18,233.
code?
Yeah.
18,2, 18,941. So there's 5.
We're doing, that's correct, that's saying that we're replacing, that we're adopting the International Fire Code with whatever's the adopted fire code.
Okay, so that's, I just want to make sure that it wasn't a miss.
Here it is.
It won't matter if we don't change the
Yeah.
fire code
Okay.
because it's.
That's right here.
Yeah,
Replacing
that's-
the international code with-
Yeah. So where that term is referenced elsewhere, it's swapping that reference.
So it's just a change of terms. That's not, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Was there one other place? we should-
Appreciate that you
to
read
be
the
sure?
ordinance.
Is there one other? Someone noticed?
Yeah, it's I got 5 places where it says fire, but I think the explanation makes total sense.
I just want to make sure before we do.
As long as it
I just did a search through the document. I think it's okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, then I will open the public hearing. Okay, no? No?
One other point to mention, similar to the wildfire code, this will go into effect July 1st. So all new building codes will have an effective date of the same, and we will message this.
Thank you. I'll close the public hearing and entertain the motion.
I move the adoption of ordinance 1211 and ordinance of town of Lawrence amending chapter 18 and on the other chapters of provisions of the Lawrence Municipal Code regarding multiple codes as set forth in the posted agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, thank you for all the work on this. Thank you for the outreach on this. Great participation. So I will call for the vote.
Mayor Rogan, before you proceed, just for the record, so it's clear, can so there be an amendment? I'm suggesting that the international adoption, the International Fire Code 2024 edition be removed from this ordinance.
It's not.
I thought they said it was.
I did remove it from the draft version.
But it was never voted on.
Right, at first reading, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Just to be.
Thank you. I'd like to, is there an amendment?
Yes, I would move to amend the draft ordinance 1211 to as passed on first reading to reflect the redraft and second reading as explained by the town staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's vote on that amendment.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. If there are no more amendments, let's vote on the ordinance as amended.
And that motion also passes unanimously.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yep, no worries.
Okay, so let's move on then to the second reading public hearing of ordinance 1212, which is an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16, article 10 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning natural medicine.
Thank you, Mayor and Trustees. I'll just go through a high-level overview and then any technical questions regarding the state law. We have Lieutenant Attorney Dittman, who is more well versed than I am. So as you all know, Colorado voters approved Proposition 122, followed by the adoption of Senate Bill 23-290. It establishes the framework for natural medicine businesses, which apply to the hallucinogenic compounds of psilocybin and psilocin found in psychedelic mushrooms. This would not be licensed locally like we do for liquor and marijuana. The State Department of Regulatory Agencies is responsible for licensing at the state level. However, we may regulate time, place, and manner of operation, including reasonable distance requirements from sensitive uses, and we are not allowed to prohibit this use entirely. So we did receive good direction from you all at first reading during that discussion. So I just want to note that we have amended the ordinance to allow the natural medicine healing centers in our commercial entertainment zone district. The rest has remained the same. Town Attorney Dittman added clarifying language at your suggestion, Trustee Williams, that we explicitly are not doing a separation requirement from any other allowed uses in town. If you're curious how our neighboring communities are regulating, we have that. We have our zoning map. I have that online map if helpful. And with that, we're just available for any questions. the planning commission recommended approval of the ordinance with some changes for the no separation distance and by right use in downtown, commercial downtown.
Any questions for staff? Okay, and I'll open the public hearing. I will close the public hearing and then.
Move to approve ordinance 12 on second reading. An ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, establishing rule medicine regulations.
Thank you. Is there a second? Any discussion?
I just want to say that I am appreciative of Nanko County Williams' explanation of the natural hearing centers, and I can go forward confidently with this, knowing that it's not going to be any different than the regular physician's office. So thank you for that.
Anyone else? I'll call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Ready? Next is the public hearing for resolution 2026-13, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, increasing the rates for the water utility service.
Mayor, trustees, I would just start. This is the first one we've had in a long time, if ever by resolution, to increase the rates. And we do have the public hearing open for anyone of the public. I do know it was posted a couple of times at least, in addition to the standard methods of going out to the paper, with the e-blast, trying to get that out there for anyone of concern. Just wanted to note, right, we're doing it by resolution now, so it does seem to be a little more streamlined. The specifics for the water rate increase, this was one that would have been included back last winter with the wastewater, stormwater, but the utility engineering board did want to review the actual substance of the way the rates are determined for the water, in particular with comparisons for business to residential. That has taken a bit of time with some work on the electric time of use and other things coming up. We haven't had a chance, but they haven't had a chance to really dig into an adjustment to the methodology for the water rates. So did want to still get out there and get that CPI increase as was directed by the trustees last fall. So for the most part, this is just a straight CPI increase of the 3.6%. We did look at the bulk water system. The rates for water when they were used during construction and with a hydrant meter, which followed the same path of $1.50, were increased last fall. Part of that was because that fell under the development code and not for the development portion of the fee schedule and not the utilities portion of the fee schedule. This happened to be under the utility portion of the fee schedule, but it was looked at to increase that from $1.50 to $1.70 per 100 gallons. To try to compensate for some of the additional costs that need to be there. There have been a few more complications with the credit card system there. We're looking at a new credit card reader. More staff time than was thought have needed to be involved because of some of these complications, so it's looked at to increase that rate for that region. Otherwise, just the water rates to town users or users of the water system itself, not the bulk portion, are just the 3.6 CPI increase.
Thank you very much. And thanks to the UAB for the work. Are there questions for Director Kaplan? Yeah.
The water we get from Longmont, there are scheduled rate increases in the next couple of years. How far out does that go?
They vary it. This time, I believe we only have 2 years. Before that, they were out 4 years even, so it can vary. I don't know how they can.
Their increases compared to the CPI rate, how do they compare?
I would have to look at what they are in our overall cost for water. I thought the Longmont charge for water, their increase. Right, I'd have to go back.
My, my recollection is that their stair-stepped increase is gonna be higher than 3.5% a year, so, yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you know, Aaron, offhand, what the cost per 100 gallons is from Longmont?
It's really per 1,000 gallons. We do the bulk water per 100 gallons just because people buy less than 1,000, but the town rates are per 1,000 gallons.
Yeah.
And they charge, it's less than between 3.5, $3.05 to $4. Compared to what our rates are in there, where you start at $6 per 1,000 gallons, and for usage that goes over 6,000 gallons, it goes up. At 12,000 gallons, you're at $9 per 1,000 gallons. So our costs, incorporating all the other costs involved in Lion's distribution system and everything else that's involved in getting the water to the customers. The cost of Longmont water is about 50% of that.
Okay, and the reason I just wanted to make sure we had decent margin in there for our bulk water rates, which it sounds like we do. Because that's non-Lions residents.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. First, the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move approval of resolution, which 2026-13, resolution of town of Lawrence, Colorado, increasing the rates.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second,
Any further discussion?
the reason I asked that question is I wanted to make sure that particular water customers know that these annual CPI increases that we've decided to start doing in our water rate are probably not over the long run going to cover all of our increased costs, such as the additional charges that Longmont is going to make over in the future that now they're coming. And also, as we've talked about some during the budget process, should there be some unforeseen event, like a broken main water line, just because you see an increase of an inflation rate in your water bill from year to year, doesn't mean that we've necessarily got water to handle major problems. Or I know that there's also some looking at whether some changes could be made to the water tank in Apple Valley that might give us some more particular fire protection capability. So this is basically to cover, as you said, 50% of our annual costs are for Longmont, 50% are administration of our water system. This kind of addresses those, but it doesn't address major increases that are probably coming in the future. So I can see you can increase our water rate every year. Why are you increasing it again? Because this doesn't account for big events.
Great, thank you. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Erin. All right, moving into first reading of ordinance 1214, an ordinance of the town of Lawrence, Colorado, rezoning 224 Seward Street from low density residential district R1 to high density residential district R3.
Thank you, Mayor and trustees. So this is being first reading. The applicant is not here or present tonight. I am happy to go through a brief presentation if you have questions. Alternatively, if you feel comfortable passing on first reading and saving kind of the presentation for second reading, I'll take your direction on that. I can, whatever you'd like to do from here.
I think let's have a brief presentation. I'm sure there's folks watching.
Got it.
Appreciate some background.
Sorry, screen noise that's covered up with my Zoom stuff to get to the slideshow. All right, so tonight we are considering on first reading the rezoning of 224 Seward Street from R1 to R3. The property is shown in outlined in red. It's located in kind of the central part of the older part of Lyons. It was acquired by the Boulder County Housing Authority in December of 2024. Currently contains a 6-unit multifamily building that is built in 1925, 1926, according to the county assessor. There have been 5 mobile homes in place since at least 1968. However, a few of those have been removed over the past year due to deteriorating conditions. So as I noted earlier, the property is currently zoned R1, low density residential, which by right permits 3 single unit dwellings and possibly ADUs on the property. I wanted to be really clear that BCHA is not proposing redevelopment at this time. So that would require subsequent public hearings, unless HB 26-1001 would apply to this, which is still kind of yet to be unknown or yet to know. But there is no redevelopment proposed at this time. So for comparison, if helpful, we can come back to this. I have a few slides that reflect the differences between the R1 current lot sizes, setbacks, things like that, and then the R3. Essentially, kind of the key takeaway here is that the R1 zone district allows single unit residential development, while the R3 allows multi-unit. And for affordable projects, that minimum lot size could go down to roughly 1,000 square feet per unit. The lot is roughly 32,000 square feet in size. Again, similar for uses, again, key takeaway here, multi-unit dwellings. Once you get more than 3 would need public hearings, but multi-unit dwellings are allowed in the R3 zone district. Further described in the cover memo are all of the criteria for which the board can consider when they are thinking about a rezoning or evaluating a rezoning. The most appropriate criteria for this application is that the land to be rezoned is inconsistent with policies and goals of the comprehensive plan. So within our comprehensive plan, we have 2 explicit policies which talk about preservation of our mobile home parks and allowing them to remain in our community. And I want to be clear that, again, BCHA has no plans for redevelopment at this time. However, the property is non-conforming. And as you've seen, some of these mobile home units are being removed. And unless rezoning occurs, they cannot add those units back in place. So it really is the purpose of this zoning application at this time is to align the zoning with the built environment that's been on that property since at least, the mid-1960s. So that's really the intent. They will, though, as you know, receive $200,000 of AHT money. So they are doing site evaluation for infrastructure improvements, things like that. So it wouldn't be that the property would never be redeveloped, but it won't redevelop. It's not approved as a result of this application. So with that, staff finds that the application meets our code. PCDC held a public hearing on this application on March 9th and recommended unanimous approval of the rezoning application as well. So happy to take any questions. Again, we don't have the applicant tonight, but they will be here for the public hearing on April 6th. Thank you.
Further questions for staff?
Yeah, I have a few, and I'll preface this by saying the purpose of this question is not to oppose this rezoning, which I support, but to point out that we may need to fix something in our code to make ultimately what happens there, what we hope will happen there, available. Under our R3 residential zoning district, if this is a principal use, multiple family dwelling not exceeding 4 units. So if we rezone this R3, we still have something in our code that limits it to 4 units, don't we?
As well. So there's two areas to look at for more than 4 units. It's a by right use up to 4 units. However, we have a little bit of a discrepancy. I don't know, that might be intentional. Our development review code for a major development plan requires a public hearing under our major development plan once you've hit 3 units. So they essentially redevelopment of multifamily would require public hearings, is what's that saying. It would require both a conditional use once you hit 4, a building with 4 units, as well as our development plan standard means once you hit 3 units, you need a public hearing.
So anticipated that there's more than 4 units there now.
Yep.
So it's still in that sense, until a conditional use for more than 4 units is approved, it's still going to be non-conforming to some extent.
It still has, certainly it has probably quite a few non-conformities. I can think of setbacks, in particular. So yes, I would say there's still going to be some non-conformities, but I think really it would get the density at least more conforming and reflect a zone district that more closely aligns with the built environment that exists there today.
Would it
And
be
just as a bit of a preference, we probably want to save more substantive questions about whether or not it complies with the zoning criteria for the public hearing.
All right. I'm just pointing that as something that we might want to address, and then maybe it's a question whether it's easier to keep it as a conditional use with the process they have to go through, or whether we should potentially look at our zoning code and increase the number of potential units more than four and affordable housing comes non-private sector deal. I don't know. It's just,
That would be an interesting workshop topic.
okay. I just pointed it out because that, to me, it's still a little bit problematic that it's still going to be a non-conforming use. Even if we approve it. Yeah, but we wouldn't have gone through the process. So anyway, couple of things, a couple of questions on the fact findings that are in there, the staff fact findings. The first one, I had a question about if the apartment portion of this was built in 1925, and is obviously a multi-unit project back then. We didn't do zoning in lines until when, 1980, something like that, I believe. So the first fact finding there is this was not an error, but if it was a multi-unit since 1925 and we zoned it, R1, was that an error?
I don't know because I don't know the intent of the zoning that was applied to that property. If the intent of that zoning was intended to render that property non-conforming so that it would go away in the future, then I would argue that zoning was not an error. If it was intended to allow that to remain, then I would argue potentially it was an error, but I don't have that information, so it's hard to know the purpose behind the zoning. on that
You know,
property.
local lore is that those apartments were literal chicken coops.
Mhm.
And so I would imagine that at one point, there was a row of chicken coops and maybe one farmhouse there.
Yeah, so I don't
We
know the
don't know we
basis.
really don't know if it was an error or not. Okay. And the second thing I think is the staff fact finding number 2, that there have not been changing conditions in town with respect to this property. Wouldn't the fact that the flood wiped out the other 2 mobile home locations in the town be a changing conditions in the town generally, loss of mobile homes and affordable housing in the flood, so that criteria would actually apply here?
I think you could argue that the town is realizing a changing condition in housing affordability. I don't know that that is specific changing condition that applies only to that lot, but I'm certainly happy to consult with the town attorney on the criteria prior to second reading if we need to
It doesn't
revisit
really
that.
matter unless there's a challenge to this, but in case somebody comes out of the woodwork and does a challenge,
Mhm.
I think there have been generally changed conditions because we lost the rest of the mobile homes in town. This is all we have left. So this one, put that in the record.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions?
A question about the regulatory regime that we're employing here. We could rezone, or we could wait for the property owner to file for a PUD. My sense is that we're taking the rezoning approach because we believe that the pace of their development is such that we need to protect the units that are there now, even if they are non-conforming, because it may take a while for that redevelopment proposal to become something as studied and elaborate as a PUD. Is that correct?
I think that's accurate. I think it's also accurate to say, I don't know that we would have as much urgency if the units weren't being kind of remediated and the need for additional remediation to occur. And so to get that zoning in place, really allows the density to become movable, independent of, needing a conditional use or not. But, yes, I think there is some degree of getting this in place today while PUD and the long-term plans are evaluated into the coming years.
And there's a related question about the deterioration or replacement of the units, which maybe you'll know the answer to instantly, or it might be something that'll be a topic for second reading. My understanding was that when the board allowed for the number of units that are on that property, it specifically said that they could remain at that number, but that they could not replace mobile home units, manufactured housing, as it deteriorated. So it was a much more targeted requirement than to say we can have 12 there, but we can't have 10 or we can't have 14. It was, we can have the existing number of apartment units, but we can never replace a mobile home as that manufactured housing gets taken off. Is that?
I probably want to save factual discussions like that for the public hearing.
We can look into that and get you.
I think it would be helpful. Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to be reminded what the board approved, however many years ago it was, that it protected the density on this lot.
But I also think for transparency's sake, I think one of the purposes for this rezoning is to be transparent that this property is intended to remain more dense than the R1 zone district allows, and exactly what that looks like in the future, we don't know. But I do think one of the purposes of the application from the applicant is to capture the intent of that higher density.
The other issue with respect to what Trustee Williams just brought up is if the board expressed that intention, was that done in a resolution back then, which we could change at any time? Is it in a contractual agreement with anybody? Or an ordinance we'd have to amend. So that kind of information would be helpful itself.
My recollection that I think we should do some research so we can be prepared to answer this was that when the zoning map was adopted in 2008, I believe, or 9.
The new one.
That's when it became R1.
No, not until then.
The previous map before that was, we think, the 80s. We'll take a look.
Yeah.
But I do
Let's
think
we'll take a look at it during the public hearing. We'll be part of the record.
We get your point. We're getting a little bit juicy. We
Okay.
can go for first reading.
We'll find out.
We're identifying issues for second reading.
Yes.
Yeah, if there's things you say, I want staff to bring this back for the next, we can identify those things, but we shouldn't really be discussing it.
We'll look at the history of why the board approved it.
Are there any other trustees who would like to identify issues for staff to bring back at second reading regarding this? Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
I move the first reading of ordinance 1214, notice of the planning lines county zone T24 Seward Street in the low density residential district 1. With a high density residential district.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you for your work on that. Let's move on then to the first reading of ordinance 1215, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16, article 10 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning maximum size of accessory dwelling units.
All right.
You're up again.
I'm up again. Oh, yeah, this might be a record for how many items on an agenda I had in one meeting, so. Anyway. happy to be done.
That's good.
That's right. First reading for ordinance 1215, which would kind of amend the regulations related to maximum size of ADUs. As you all know, we adopted ordinance 1192 in June of 2006. It does, DOLA has confirmed that our current ordinance complies with state law. However, we do have a little bit of ability to amend our maximum size regulations and still be compliant with state law. The current language is up on the screen. The town board had a workshop on February 16th. Planning Commission held a public hearing considering the proposed language, recommended unanimous approval. And you have a draft ordinance before you that would amend the maximum size of ADUs as follows. So maximum size shall be limited to 800 square feet. Anything larger than that may be approved as a conditional use. However, attached ADUs located in basements are not subject to the maximum size limitations of the code. So happy to answer any questions on first reading.
Any questions for staff?
Just occurred to me, should we, the attached accessory dwelling unit, should we limit those to those located in basements or? What if somebody wanted to make the ADU upper floor, is that?
Call the board to have that discussion and agreed that those should be limited to 800 square feet. However, you all could.
No, I'm talking about the unlimited size, it says in basement, should we restrict it to basements only, or should it be other
Upstairs.
portions of it attached in a house? I don't know, I'm just kind of raising that.
do we have that are not in basements?
We have not done the research to officially look at how many are officially recognized as ADUs.
Just in my mind, I was thinking, what if somebody wanted, because of the
Mhm.
arrangement of their house, wanted to split off,
Yep.
a third of their main house, but it wasn't a basement. And it was more than 8 square feet. I mean,
The board was,
Okay.
I thought the board touched on that and decided they really did want the exception only to the portion that was below grade. However, this is at your direction, so.
And I can tell you that the PCDC operated under that belief that a basement was fundamentally different from a second or third or a multi-floor division.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. So this is a first reading. I will entertain a motion.
Approval on first reading of ordinance 1215 of the ordinance of the town of Lyon, it's on amendment of chapter 16 of the town of Lyon, things to be considered that.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, well, the point I just raised, I think we still have some flexibility there because I think. As it's put up there, as it was section B, it says ADUs larger than 800 square feet may be approved as a conditional use. So if somebody wanted to do an ADU area of their house that was greater than 800 square feet, there wasn't in the basement, they could still go to the conditional use route. We're not prohibiting that just because it wasn't in the basement. With that explanation, and I also, the wording here was very clear and I appreciate that. And it also clarified something that wasn't real clear in the prior ordinance and should have been. And if we're talking about 800 square feet, we're talking about habitable floor area, not garages. So
Yeah.
I think
And
that's
that's
good. I
our
think it's good.
definition.
I think it's good to clarify that.
I think that's in our definition of what is.
Maybe it was, okay.
But we'll double check and make
Okay.
sure. that's
It's in there. It's good.
Okay. Then I will call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, and our last ordinance is the first reading of 1216. An ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 4, article 5 of the Lyons Municipal Code to add a new section 45-90 concerning use tax rebates.
This one's mine. So sorry, without the video, I know it's hard to know when I'm trying to speak up. But yeah, so this one's mine. So at the last meeting, we talked about, looking at incentives for the development on Main Street and recognizing that there currently was not anything within the tax code to allow for a direct use tax rebate. There's the ability under the current code to waive other kinds of fees, which you might, be able to, structure in a way where it equals an amount of use tax. There's no way to do it, simply and directly. I had mentioned at that meeting that, we had to do some research, figure out how exactly we could do this. Was able to confirm that we have the ability to do this as a statutory town. Given that use tax is kind of our discretion as opposed to sales tax, which is, very much state regulated. There are a number of municipalities who have use tax rebate programs. Most of them are fairly complicated in terms of the monitoring, the administration of, how those work. And so my mission when designing this was to make it, one, very simple, and two, very flexible, as we kind of learn how to run this program. So you see, one of the things I included in here was the ability to create regulations which can build upon this, short of a new ordinance amending it. And so that was my intent, but it's definitely something that was Frankenstein together from a lot of different examples, and with the lodestar of being simple and flexible, as we figure out how such a program could work in the town of Lyons. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about it. Yep.
Any questions for Attorney Gittman? Not a one.
That's a first.
That was a good draft. It was well done.
Thank you.
Well, then if there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval on first reading of ordinance 1260. Ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, chapter 4 of the town of Lyons Municipal Code to add a new section 4-calculation and 0 concerning use tax rebates.
there a second?
Second,
Any discussion?
I have one simple amendment. Offer. I would move to amend section 4590 subsection B and subparagraph 3, which reads currently enhanced opportunity for future sales and or use tax generation. I would like to amend that by adding the words after future sales, I would say future sales, comma, lodging, comma, that's one word, sales, comma, lodging and or use tax generation.
I'll second that.
The reason for the amendment is I anticipate that should we ever get a revitalized or new application for a hotel, that there may be an application for that, we should have, that should be a consideration. I would state, however, that we're not by this approving that in any respect, we're just listing that as one factor for consideration depending on what we're putting on it.
Okay, any other discussion on the amendment? All right, let's vote on the amendment.
That motion passes unanimously.
Amendment. Any additional comments?
I guess my only comment would be in regard to the agreement we verbally talked with 402 Main about. They had said they were willing to wait to see if this passes. To approve it under that instead of having to come up with other fees to offset the use tax. So, if during public hearing this moves forward, they're okay with them entering an agreement under this instead of this.
Okay, good to know. All right, there are no other comments, I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it is 8:49. I would like to, if it's okay with the board, get through the consent agenda and the HHSC update, and then take a break after that. Is everybody okay with that?
And can I ask one more item, please? Could we
Yes.
switch the two general business items so Director Richie could be a little bit more?
Yes.
This is like 10 going on. You don't. Okay, thanks.
Right, would you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2026-14, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, supporting placing questions on the November 2026 Boulder County ballot concerning the number of Boulder County commissioners. Item 2 is resolution 2026-15, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a contract with FOCO Tube and Sup LLC Rays River Rentals to operate the concession stand in Laverne Johnson Park. Item 3 is resolution 2026-16, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a contract with Iron Spear Protection Group for the Lyons area parks. Item 4 are the March 2nd, 2026 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 5 are the March accounts payable.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Is there a second? Anything anyone would like to remove this evening? Vote on consent.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Housing and Human Services update, Kate,
I just come sit a little closer and I can hear you a lot better.
yeah, I mean, you're here every week, so I feel like we're pretty up to date, but
We used to put the press at that table.
yeah,
They had their own writing surface.
Do me a favor and not press.
The press building.
Catherine and I brought you up to date on a lot of things going on at HFC, so, to save time, I did not put together a test to see if you could actually.
oh,
Thanks. There's a couple of things I'd like to bring up to date. Trustee Williams got me thinking, but here are the figures for that, transportation, just to give you an idea, okay? I didn't want to take over my 3 minutes. 430 vouchers were used They may have issued more than that. Because a voucher is a piece of paper that has no value. It is not paid for until the provider, the driver, presents it to the company. There are 45 to 50 people that use those 430. But when Lisa started looking at it, because she's the one that does that, if that's where she got there's probably 20 to 25 people are seen on a regular basis. Because you can get more than one more voucher, you can get 10 vouchers, and you may or may not use it. So just so you have an idea, that's what's happening. And what got me thinking about that in terms of the small numbers, and Trustee Williams has made comments in terms of what we do in terms of human services, what we offer, is we've done different things. We did disaster preparedness because the community wanted it. It helps with everything. When I look at the 2 presentations we did in 2025, they were attended adequately. They were not overwhelmed. We didn't get people eager. But what we'll never know is how effective were we? We gave out 50 backpacks. I have one. It remains virginal. I have not made a copy of all of my papers that I should. So I'm just sharing that with you, and that if you have some idea of how to, being effective is one of our goals, and I'm not sure about that one. It's a toughie to do with numbers in a small town, and you already know that. So just to give you an idea of that. We're looking ahead, for sure, we are going to, I think it's gonna be Veterans Day, if everything works out. There'll be the healthcare enrollment. That's November 11th. That is the first week of that an opportunity for people to sign up, and not knowing what the future holds in terms of health insurance. I'm sure we'll have, with the 10 people we have that got direct help last year, this year. For some of them, they had to make a decision on whatever they had, couldn't have anymore. A couple people who got information on Medicare, which wasn't really offered, that wasn't the folks, but they could answer questions. So the other thing we are hoping to do is the Boulder County Attorney General's office offers instructions on scam avoidance. And while we think of that as us elderly people getting scammed, especially I listened to this because she presented to the Agent Advisory Council on one. You probably already know, you get them all the time, and they're getting much more sophisticated, much more sneaky. So we're looking at that, and I don't know if we haven't decided yet whether we'll do anything over the summer. That's always iffy, assuming people are out and about. Lastly, and this is important to me, is I just started my last 2-year term. And so I finally have got a transition in place. Someone finally, I didn't even have to twist an arm. And she will, I'm going to train her and get everything going. I'm gonna write down what I do. And so you're going to see different people writing the article on HHSC updates for the Redstone Review. I'm going to delegate before I leave, which is not one of my strong suits. So you're going to see a lot of different kinds of people, and they're all good. We've got some folks here. We still have one opening, which we'd love to fill, but people are interested or not, and I'm not going to twist arms, cookies or not. If you gotta want to do it. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Kate, for all of your hard work and all of the delicious cookies.
Here you go.
Are there questions for Kate?
Well, just a comment, and I appreciate the information on the vouchers, because we've had a number of Meals on Wheels clients over the years who they get 1 meal a day from Meals on Wheels 5 days, but that doesn't satisfy their grocery needs for the time, and they need to go in the Walmart and Boulder to shop, and that program is critical for them. Really.
Well, let me add one other thing. It's to you because you were at the resident meetings.
Yeah.
The individual who felt she was paying more rent than she should have. That wasn't true.
It
It
wasn't.
wasn't true. She was paying, the amount of rent she was being charged was appropriate. And this particular individual has a nice healthy voucher. So there was,
Okay.
it was okay.
Anyone else?
Just a comment, Kay. I was looking through your annual report and there's some misinformation in here that I hope doesn't get disseminated. You stated that we've already deeded those Carter Court lots to the building.
That's why you already what?
The
Deeded.
Carter Court lots, in the report, it says we've already deeded them to Boulder County. We have not had,
You have not done that.
no. They haven't even come forward with it.
It should be quite comforting to you that probably you're the only ones who've actually read that or could pass a test on that. Well, but,
You never know.
if you get asked about it, tell me because it's the first time anybody's.
You know what, we can fix it on the electronic version.
Sure.
Yeah, I think.
I'll do that. I'll fix it on the electronic version. Yeah,
Okay.
happy to.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate all your work. I know we all do. And regarding the voucher program, I just want to make sure that I'm still getting this right, that the voucher program is RTD money. Is it not partially financed by RTD?
County, Boulder County.
So the voucher program and the Lions Flyer replaced the RTD bus that we used to have way back before COVID.
And then the voucher was to supplement.
The voucher was to supplement that. That is in no way being paid with our RTD.
I think it's RTD in Boulder County have an arrangement.
I think it was originally all RTD and then Boulder County stepped in to pay it is what happened. When they
said it-
initially,
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this, I bring this up every 6 months. I feel like we do not get what we put in for RTD being in the district
No.
at all.
No,
And I think whoever the new RTD board member is who is elected should come out and visit us. Okay, thank you very much, Kate.
you're welcome.
I think we should take a break now.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Let's take let's see if we can get it less than 10 minutes, about 10 minutes. Sure.
We're live.
All right, great. Thank you, everybody. So let's move on then to general business, if it is okay. Let's swap the order and do resolution 2026-11 first. Is that okay? Okay. So resolution 2026-11 is a resolution of the town of Lyons establishing expedited review policies for affordable housing projects, which was continued from the February 17th meeting.
That's correct. So, as we discussed back in February, we are, because we've opted into Prop 123, we have a couple of obligations to remain compliant into the next 3-year cycle. One of which is issue permits or otherwise achieve 10 affordable housing units that is needed to meet our obligation, which we feel well on track to achieve, probably more than that. The other is to be able to do a fast track development review for qualifying affordable housing projects. So I'm happy to get through that if you'd like to cover that again, but I don't have a presentation to make. Staff was directed to amend the resolution to be to provide more clarity on public hearings, public notices, and to correct some inaccuracies in the way that the resolution was drafted. We have gotten approval from language from DOLA, which essentially just notes that we will prioritize for consideration any qualifying affordable housing project that would allow the town in a way that allows the town to render a decision within 90 calendar days. We've added a clarifying statement at the end too that just says the application shall remain subject to applicable review and approval processes outlined in the code, including public notices and hearings if required, because not all of them require public hearings or public notices. So we just added that clarifying language. This has been approved by DOLA staff. So if you all approve it tonight, we are in good shape with the state.
Fantastic. Any questions for staff? Then I would entertain a motion.
Move the approval of resolution 2026-11. Resolution establishing expedited review policies for affordable housing projects.
There a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I compliment staff and DOLA. This language is much improved. It makes clear when the 90 days starts. I mean, if the application has to be complete, which was important sometimes. And by incorporating the procedures under the Lyons Municipal Code, we know what those are. So this is much improved, and I appreciate the effort that went into it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Talk about.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item of general business is discussion direction at our earlier workshop. And the Stantec presentation about the town hall environmental assessment. And I think what we're trying to get to is what, if any, step do we want to take?
I think that, from my perspective, I don't really think do that first step. Barrier and in the entire portion, not just in the one room, but in the entire portion.
Of the historic.
And the costs, and the costs really a bit, but it looks like that would be fairly minimal. I would be interested in knowing the answer that they couldn't provide, which is how often that's successful, and I don't need to go to the second where they're, boring all the way underneath. I also would like to know, which was not answered, why they didn't do OSHA in the final piece of that, which I know Trustee Brownlee brought up. But to me, that we need to do that like now. I mean, this affects our employees' health and probably health. And we know it and we can't unknow it. I mean, we gotta do it.
I agree with you. I think it's important that we get moving on this. I would like to see a more concise picture of where exactly that ceiling would be going on. I just walked around there. I wasn't quite clear on exactly what would be covered by that. It's more than just for the office or the office.
I would say that what we would like to see is a formal proposal from them.
Sure.
And also to see if there are any grants available for this. And how quickly we can get this done. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem, this is a health and safety issue for our staff and for the public. And for us.
Agreed. But limited to the historical part of it. And my question there, if we do that, is that good enough? Because I'm not advocating for more, but I don't think we should do the 1-year-old office.
Just one office.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Well, and
But at the same time, like this one, it's gonna bleed over, I guess, with the air handlers and such, maybe it's good enough.
I would, when we ask for the proposal, I would also like to see, some testing after the fact to see exactly what is happening to the pavement, where is it going? You know, Trustee Williams, you look like you have something to say.
I'm just skeptical about the effectiveness of this whole process. And I'm not an engineer, I have no grounding in any of this, but it just seems questionable that we could seal a section of flooring and presume that there is going to be little or no seepage around that sealed section. Or to presume that there's been so little contamination above the foundation, above the slab, that sealing it somehow protects us from 60 years worth of infiltration into the rest of the building. I'm happy to take their word and our other experts' beliefs that this is a step forward and to do enough testing to know whether we've made some progress on it. It seems that we might also need to do some testing beyond just the older section of the building before we ever start. I'm open to investing in anything that seems like it has a reasonable prospect of success. I'm a little skeptical about this physical approach, about which I know very little.
But you know, it did bring the question to mind when she said, well, just like the epoxy and paint on the walls, it's like, no way. That's okay, because then it would be like, well, what about the walls and those rings? So I do understand that.
Do you have any architectural plans with this part of the building? Like if there were, frost walls or footings between here and there that might impede the flow of any organic volatiles?
There's a couple of things that, we don't have architectural plans over here. As some of you know, this area was used for the fire departments. So the fire truck parked in that room. But they're pretty good about leaks and things, so hopefully that's not a big deal. However, if you go in there now, we're starting to see something bleed through the walls in there. We don't know what that is. The historic area, my understanding, and I have a question here too, is I thought she said there's no reason to do that, that remediation over the section that has the crawl space. It
She
doesn't,
wasn't recommending that, I think, but to me, that would be like, no.
I think we need
Because if
clarification.
it's just gonna infiltrate to the sides of that, then it's gonna come up.
Through the window.
But
Yeah, and underneath that. where the
That
crawl
portion
space is.
has wood too instead of concrete in areas, so I think we would need more information on that. My other understanding is that the drainage is toward the south, it is toward the river. It is not coming this direction. This, as you guys know, there's a couple different upgrades here that you step up. If there is bleeding or seepage, that's why they tested the bathroom and the kitchen, because outside they were seeing it go directly toward that drain. And we don't want to open a bigger can of worms, of course, but how about if I ask for a proposal get a few more questions answered here, see if we can get some estimates.
As a part of this, it would make, I thank you for those comments. Because, they're really helpful. I would be curious to know, you mentioned that you were thinking about getting the carpet replaced.
We have it in our budget this year to do, the main area because it's still over if you come in there and look.
And
And
so
this
what
one.
what I'm thinking is that if the if the floor is contaminated, the carpet's contaminated, the walls are contaminated. If that's the case, like, would it make sense to do the carpet? I don't know if there's a substance you can paint on the wall like kills or
Oh,
bleach, but if we're going to think about doing a vapor barrier and do that work, then maybe consider all of the rest of the, you know, surfaces.
the walls have never been mentioned as a seepage area, but I can ask. They
I
did
mean,
not
it-
test those.
Yeah, they didn't test them, but they didn't test this room because of the epoxy that could have been on the painting.
Well, that's because
so-
the painting, she said, when we did our area, we removed everything. Even the,
Our,
computers.
yep, our adding machines,
Our adding
anything.
Machines, all that stuff gives off, or some of these, what's the one chemical that's in furniture?
Yeah.
Yeah, that, we had to take everything out when they did the testing. Everything off the walls, everything, all the computers were out, all the monitors, everything. It was kind of weird. But,
Does it give anybody pause that these tolerances are so tight that just having paintings on the walls or
Yes,
calculators on the desks throws their measurements off so much?
yes,
That's,
yes.
they're so sensitive.
Yeah,
No.
that we're looking for such trace amounts that those are potentially more dangerous than everything that's happening under our foundation.
Well, for those who haven't been seated, I can give you the full report. When you read the full report, it's a little more alarming than what they said to me when I read it, because they're giving you actual numbers and what levels cause cancer, which are all those causes.
I think the whole board should get the full report.
I think I sent it in one of my admin reports.
We've seen it once before.
yeah.
Phase two, yeah.
I'm absolutely in favor of doing what I think Mr. Laney, who's the lead person from Stantec recommended, which is doing the ceiling caulking and the air purifiers and everything. That's similar to what you would do for radon. But the thought that you would start doing a 3,000 square foot under the whole building soil remediation based on this report that they've done it's way too much for it. I consulted with a local expert on this, somebody who's a PhD chemist in history of it was in regulatory compliance with EPA standards, and he said he had never heard of somebody undertaking a massive retrofitting or remediation project of a building based on the industrial screening levels, which is what they're using. Now, if there are OSHA permitted exposure limits that are exceeded, that's a problem. And that's generally what triggers massive remediation projects. But I'm totally in favor of doing the limited work that was recommended by Mr. Jacobson and this, Mr. Laney, excuse me, in this, at the end of the, but then we can test, as Ms. Brogan said after that, do that work, test here, test in there. Do we still have a problem? If we still have a problem in here, in there, whatever, then you can look at it. More extensive work applicable. Do what you would do is basically the same sort of thing you would do if you radon mitigation and discovered in the house. If that solves the problem, great. If it doesn't solve the problem, then look at next thing.
Yeah.
Let's don't go overboard on something that's really, you talked about the small exposure, that's because you're not talking about anything like workplace exposure levels. You're talking about orders of magnitude less than those. And the industrial screening levels are really saying you need to do more testing if you exceed those. And so that's really where we are. So let's go ahead and fix that, see if we still have a measurable problem, and then look at the next.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was suggesting that we do that.
Yeah.
No.
One other thing we might watch for in the proposal, and I don't know if this is feasible or not, but when people do asbestos remediation, there is a state requirement that the remediation team is independent from the testing team.
Yeah.
And there might be something to be said for having at least the level of independence for testing and for effectiveness or efficacy that some independent.
Well, she said there would have to be, it would be another consultant to a third party.
I think that's an excellent suggestion.
But, whatever this was, I mean, it was enough to spur CDPHE to get involved. I was like,
Well, and then there's the anecdotal evidence of, you know, you felt sick in your old office.
all the time.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so, you know, there are.
Well, but that's different again. Incidental exposure is very different. That's why I asked the question. If nobody's in there. If nobody's in there and it's just incidental use and we have things in place, is it even necessary at all? I mean, it has been 100 years, right?
Yeah.
But I also get it because I didn't like when Dolores's office picked up the vapors.
Yeah,
And, you know, but there were 3 turbines and we have pictures and we have reports, at newspaper articles. And so they were pouring diesel into all 3 of those turbines. And so it was that whole middle area. And the diesel barrels were actually stored in the worst corner. And so I'm sure every time they set those back, they, you know, went in. So, you know, I think you might be able to just do the middle area even, but I'll get some more questions.
yeah. And you know, is it possible?
In 48 hours, it's sure better than 28 days.
Oh, yeah, that was a huge surprise. Earlier.
I don't know if someone did it 2 instead of 4 and then.
I don't, well, which brings me to my next question is, should we get proposals from more than one
Yeah.
provider?
Or do we think we're getting enough perspective from CDPHE that we don't necessarily need multiple bids and consultants and independent testers?
CDPHE hired Stan Tech to do this project.
Mhm.
So they're kind of another outside party reviewing their information. I would guess she maybe had a couple of red flags tonight when she saw those 2 couplers.
Yeah,
If these two give a proposal, they're not gonna do the actual work.
They're not gonna do the
We would then
proposal.
do an RFP of some sort to get somebody to do the. actual
I would
work.
use them as just guidance and, okay, where do we go now? How do I get these reports? How do I get the next steps? And get some bids and another review of the data to say, do you concur that this is what needs to be done?
So
It
it
sounds like-
make me think about the fact, I don't know if this was true in New Hampshire or not, but in all of Long Island, everybody. Your heating was fuel oil, which is diesel, in the tank, we're in your basement.
Yeah.
Everything's heated by oil.
Yeah, it was, I mean, that tank is sitting in your basement, and you just kind of hooked it in the rain.
we have one of those in Florida, in a basement in Florida.
Wow. In the basement in Florida, so.
Oh, it's
And
almost
the first house I lived in, little ticky tacky ranch house. The contractor thought it'd be a good idea to put the 275 gallon oil tanks in the ground behind the house.
You're kidding.
My neighbor came over, his house is over 50 years old, my neighbor came over, he says, I don't understand, I ran out of oil, I just filled it last 3
Oh, God.
Oh,
Okay, so do you feel like you have a correction?
I do, and it probably won't be this board that it comes back to, so I'd like to just be able to take the next step, which is, you know, getting some bids, getting some action plans. I would like to hope there's somebody out there who might just fund this for us.
Yeah.
If it's too small for a state grant, fine, but maybe we can find someone else.
Are you comfortable specifying the square footage that's going to be done?
Once I get a couple questions answered, I think we're talking only the historic portion.
Okay.
And definitely where the turbines were. If the other areas can be sealed, I think we might as well while we're at it, but it sounds interesting to me that 20 milliliters depth. That's the depth of this epoxy is, is that gonna really dry and?
It's got like an epoxy floor.
Well,
Like in your
will it
grass.
dry in 48 hours is the question.
Well, you're gonna be out of there for 28 days.
No, Not a,
No,
no,
she said that was an error. It was supposed to be 48 hours.
48 hours. You don't have to go back in that room. Take your time with it.
No, but I mean, if we do the whole town hall, we'll just we'll open the front door here for a couple. It's not a big deal.
okay.
Can I share one more sentiment?
Please.
As much as I keep adding requirements to this project, I would also say, if it turns out that we're talking about something which is $10,000 or $15,000, let's not
Just do it in-house.
let's not overwork all of the details and get 20 bids and do an enormous amount of research.
Yeah.
Let's do it right, but let's get it done.
I mean, Kathy would be happy to have an office.
Your spending authority is what?
25 if it's budgeted, so we'll see what it comes out. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully we could, if it was just 10 or 11, we could absorb that in the shares budget.
Okay.
But it sounds like summer's the right time, so that'd be good.
Sounds like it. All right, trustee reports, trustee Hamrick.
Let's see, SFC met last Thursday and guess what we talked about? Earth Day.
Earth Day.
So that's ramping up. And then Kathy Carroll, who's the chair, is resigning effective in May. Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna be down a chair and another member, so.
Yeah. Very,
So the hope was, the town's gonna have a booth at Earth Day and maybe have whoever's manning that can have something about the commissions and maybe we can put something out there about which commissions need which members, use it as a recruiting opportunity. But not bribe them like Kay said, you want them there because they. That's it.
Parks and Rec met last Monday. And of course, much of the discussion was dominated by dog poop. I think we've got that figured out. Dave Chase showed up and he was talking about the L Hill and the possibility of putting bike trails up there. He says there's bike trails already. I know there's a lot of social trails there. I don't see a lot of people riding mountain bikes up there. But that's gonna require a deeper discussion with Parks and Rec and Dave Cosgrove. The other thing that came up was the issue of the small dog park. You remember that way back when? It sort of got pushed to the wayside for about 4 or 5 years. It's been resurrected. Dave actually had it in a budget for, I think, 2027 for 45K. And there's a lot of questions around it. Do we actually want to petition off a part of the larger dog park, or would a separate entrance with a bullpen for the smaller dogs? Because that's where all the problems occur, is when you first go in there, all the dogs gather, hey, who's the new dog?
There was another dog attack. I think that's what brought it up.
What's that?
There was another small dog.
Yeah.
Incident.
Yeah, I think it's just they'll be discussing that to some degree, and they may come forward. And that's all.
That sounds like the job for a retiring mayor with 2 small dogs. to consider.
well, one of my dogs was almost killed. And which is why we don't
I
go.
remember you're an advocate for it, sure.
Yeah, that's when I first ran for trustee, that was one of my issues, that and bear-proof trash cans, we have bear-proof trash cans. But no small dog park. Thank you.
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem?
History Colorado will be here on April 8th. We'll talk about the process of historic preservation at the library. And then we also talked about what kind of incentives they could recommend to a board that could be made to businesses that were looking to make changes to their properties to encourage them to be useful. Features, it was just a lot of brains there.
That's it. Thank you. Trustee Browning?
Let's see, UEB met on March the 4th. Spent a lot of time talking about the Oregon solar, she's been in the legislature, and the solar ready code and everything, so lots of details on that. One of the things we have to be careful about is making sure that we can properly meter solar production, because if we can't have the kind of meters we want, lean will basically assume that nameplate capacity, the maximum capacity that's sort of been produced in determining the rates. And so it's very important to make sure that we can still accurately meter, and we want to make sure the callers don't, if you're talking about won't affect that. So that's what they've been focusing on. And then on March the 11th, the EVC met. They had a presentation from the Main Street, Colorado Main Street people. And I don't think this was noted elsewhere, but I think that they were indicating that we're about to enter into a new 5-year grant period for them. And we're at the achieving level now, which was $3,000 a year grants for them. And we are likely to move up to the excelling level, which would give us $5,000 a year grant. So, yeah.
I think it's 5,000 now. It will go to 10.
Oh, okay. Did I
Yeah.
get to know? Okay, anyway, we think we're about to qualify for more grant funding from Main Street, Colorado. That's good. And EVC is also still looking at ways to assist businesses as well. One thing that was talked about is updating a business directory, and we had that available on our website. I think that was done by the Chamber of Commerce years ago, but I think it's all out of date. And so if somebody's trying to find a business of a particular type, we can't promote specific businesses with tax money, but we can do things like publish business directories for different sectors if you need a contractor for certain type, really all the time. And so I think that's one of the things that they're going to push for. Okay.
I actually have a copy of the business directory.
How old?
It's when we first came here, so.
Okay. Probably needs updating.
Trustee Williams.
PCVC met last Monday. They had 2 basic topics. One was the 224 sewer rezoning. I excuse myself from that one as a quasi judicial matter. The second was the 800 square foot or other limits on ADUs. I think Planner Richie did a nice job of capturing the PCVC sentiments on that. Their meeting for this coming Monday, the 23rd, is canceled for lack of a specific urgent agenda item. The one other thing I'd mentioned, the administrator's report listed DA Doherty's Know Your Rights session on April 4th. We haven't really mentioned it here, but I encourage people to consider attending. I've been to a few sessions like that, and I think they're very helpful for people who think of themselves as leaders in the community. April 4th at 1:30.
Here.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. April 4th here at 1:30. You do need to register in advance. And there will be a representative from the Boulder County Sheriff's Office there too, to talk about how they work together with the DA and answer any questions that we. So, thank you. Okay, last Friday, I joined the inaugural meeting of the Executive Advisory Board for the North Foothills Bikeway. The North Foothills Bikeway is the bikeway between Lyons and Boulder. We looked at 4 different alternatives for different sections of the bikeway. They've come a really long way on this. And I gave them some input and then let them know they would never be seeing me again. So there will need to be another representative.
And they need an elected
They need an
official
elected.
for the executive board. Staff is already on the
So the executive board will meet, it looks like maybe once a quarter, not very often. The next step is to get a lot of community input. So I made sure to impress upon them that they need to have community input sessions, not just in Boulder, but they need to come to Alliance. I also suggested that they contact TiVo because of the intersection there, and Tamburello. They have a whole communications plan about reaching out to private property owners along Foothills Highway. So they're pretty far down along the road. But it was really gratifying because I remember when we first started talking about the St. Vrain Trail Extension project and people called it a trail to nowhere. It's actually the first mile of the trail to Boulder. And so we talked about how that would connect.
They had notional plans, you said?
Yes, they had actual plans.
Did they include the wildlife crossings that they talked about?
Yes. If I remember correctly, they did.
Over here.
Yeah, the bikeway didn't interfere with wildlife.
No, I was just wondering what they had to know.
And
Okay.
So what's the name of the?
it is the North Foothills Bikeway Executive Advisory Board. It was very interesting.
Somewhat is interesting that the trails of nowhere is 11 a.m. this morning. No tracks in the snow.
Oh, really?
Until I did the bridge, the concrete bridge
Yeah,
had snow on it.
Not even as-
11, I was the first person.
Brighton Trail.
Did you find your way back after the snow melted?
Oh, yeah.
Before we move to summary of action,
I'm not done.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Dr. Cog is meeting virtually on Wednesday evening, and I thought that was gonna be my last Dr. Cog meeting, but it is not, because Dr. Cog is also meeting on April 15th. And so I would invite whoever is going to be the next Dr. Cog board director to join me. And kind of start getting a handle on what Dr. Cog meetings are like. And then finally, Mayor Pro Tem and I met with Victoria today to discuss her review. I was the main holdup in getting that review done. I'll be sending out all of the compiled results to the whole board. There were 5, trustee Browning did not participate in the 2025 review, and trustee Williams had joined the board so late that it didn't make sense. So we'll be setting those out. And now I am up.
I just need a official correction. So it's in the minutes. I had someone contact me and say that in our staff memo about natural medicine, it said DORA is the agency. It's DOR. So it says natural medicine licenses in Colorado are managed by 2 state agencies.
No,
The Department of Revenue, just DOR, not with the A, licenses the businesses, healing centers, cultivators, and manufacturers. And the Department of Regulatory Agencies, DORA, licenses the facilitators. The DOR's Natural Medicine Division regulates the supply chain, while DORA oversees the practitioners, their training and certification. So I just want to make sure that's correct, because our staff memo said DORA.
thank you.
I wonder who did that. My husband, who works for DOR.
And Dora are the regulate like manicurists.
They regulate all sorts of businesses.
Oh, they do?
So it sounds like they're splitting it. DOR,
So then that makes sense.
facilities, and DORA is doing the practitioners.
Okay.
Dora, like they do nurses and veterinarians and all that, so it makes sense.
Okay,
Right.
so in case someone reads that, I don't remember.
All right. Thank you for that. Summary of action items, please.
Yes, item 1, I have, staff is to research energy cost savings for the wastewater treatment facility. Item 2, ordinance 1211 passed on second reading with amendments. Next, ordinance 1212 passed on second reading. Then resolution 2026-13 was approved after a public hearing. Ordinance 1214 passed to second reading. Ordinance 1215 also passed to second reading. Ordinance 1216 passed to second reading with amendments. Staff was to correct, I wasn't quite clear if it's an HHSC report online regarding the Carter Court lots.
The annual report.
Okay, need to correct that. And then regarding the town hall environmental assessment, direction to staff is to request a formal proposal from them, research for any grants available, how quickly can we get this done, and testing after remediation. And then last, update the staff memo on natural medicine.
Victoria?
I have, the only other thing is I have a little more detail on 1214 regarding Seward and some of the homework we need to do to have question answered. That's the only other thing.
Attorney Dittman?
I don't have anything additional.
Okay. All right. Then I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
One question.
Yes.
When's the next board meeting?
April 6th.
April 6th.
No, April 6th. April 6th. We have an extra Monday.
Yeah.
Unless you would like a special meeting.
That'd be good. Second.
Okay.
And that motion passes unanimous.
Thank you, everybody. Nice work.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks. Good night.